do this.
Okay.
When we, what is it? What are the exact words you used, Frog? When we left off?
Left off.
Last left off, our party was making our way to. I'm just gonna do the whole session before because
Sure.
of this kind of battle. We were making our way to this fortress. It was named after a hero in the Dogs of War.
Gorkin.
Orkin?
Gorkin
Orkin's
with a
Hold?
G. Yep.
Gorkin's Hold. That's what it was called.
I'm sorry, Gorkill's Road. Gorkill.
Gorkill's Hold.
G-O-R-K-I-L. Gorkill.
Okay. We were making our way there. Flea scouted ahead and heard what sounded like battle going on. He ran back to the party, advised them what was going on. The party made haste to the fort. Our big guy, Gareth, went up into the house to the right and found a survivor. It was a female. Soraka tried saving her, in which it was successful as she started gasping for air due to smoke ventilation, or inhaling smoke. Flea then peeked down the hallway to see someone get rammed through with a sword by a big guy and a cape, and that person then went upstairs. The party made its way in, and were confronted by people in armor, and we asked if they were friendly, in which case they turned on us. And battle ensued. Their leader on the first floor, a Rockman dwarf, commanded his troops to go after the mages. That ended up failing, and we ended up killing them. And the soldiers kept screaming for the Enclave. That battle ended with Flea eating someone's face off. Thalia then decided to lead the charge up the stairs, where a Molotov was thrown down the stairs to buy time for the people upstairs, but Thalia charged through it and was quickly surrounded by, I think, 5 to 6 people?
It was a lot.
5 people and a person with a crossbow. I remember that much. Gareth then decided to run up and try and help her with the combat, while the rest of us tried to take him out from behind, or shoot him down as they were coming up to attack you guys. Thalia ended up going down and having a sword rammed through her stomach. Gareth, upon seeing this, told everybody to start retreating, and managed to, I guess, push the guy off Thalia and throw Thalia back down the stairs, where Soraka was able to pump some life into her. Flynn, upon realizing that the party's probably screwed and has his trump card, pulled out his wand and said some magical phrase, and a black portal opened up in the wall where a giant bone daddy devil popped out. The party was then set upon, I think, because it was ordered, 2 bugbears started coming after us, ordered by some person we couldn't see. One of the bugbears got murked by the devil, and the other ran away. We all started retreating out of the fortress as Flynn tried to become dominant over the devil, and it didn't work. And the last we saw of it, Gareth was LeBron Jamesing the door down of the fort, and we were running away with the survivor. We got far enough away where we thought it was safe, had camped for the night, and Soraka was asking her questions about who were the people attacking, basically what happened. She was talking about how the hero was there, and then I think Soraka mentioned that they said that they had the head of somebody, and she started freaking out.
And I believe you guys You said you went out to camp, right? You catch up.
Yeah, we took a long rest.
And we had delicious bacon, thanks to, I believe, Flea.
Oh yeah, I got the nat 20 on the survival check and
Does
nailed
anybody hear me?
a mountain lion in the head.
I hear you now, Caleb. If you're trying to say something.
Okay. All right, I was just checking in.
Gotcha. All right, guys, which takes us to our current situation. Look who's got a blurry background now. Awesome. All right, guys, so let's take it away. As you end your long rest, I believe you were sleeping through the night, right? So it should be daylight here. Forgive me, it was almost a month ago. So you wake up, each of you. Thoughts of the previous day on your mind. We'll start off with Flynn. Flynn, you wake up. You feel like, although you may have gotten some shut-eye, you did get your rest in. You do feel somewhat rejuvenated, but it's the kind of rejuvenation that only lasts temporarily, you know, that almost like you only got 4 hours of sleep before work, but you still make it through the day, but by the time you finish your shift, you're really exhausted, you know, that kind of a sleep. Something on your mind, you know, as you kind of feel and think about this wand that you've acquired. You hold it in your hand, you know, and it has a little bit of a glisten to it. But as you hold it, as the morning light hours shine into or onto this item, this device, this thing that you hold in your hand, the coldness of it from last you remember feeling it goes away when the morning light strikes. And it doesn't become warm. I will say it returns to more of a room temp versus the chill from the tail end of yesterday's endeavor. You feel not only the temperature change acutely, the weight of it also begins to feel slightly heavier, almost like it gained a pound of sorts. As you hold it in your hands and you look down at it and just kind of do whatever Flynn wants to do, what exactly is Flynn gonna do in this situation?
You know, Flynn's just getting up, so he's, you know, stretched out a bit. And he's holding the wand with his mage hand, and he's just thinking about, you know, like, what does it mean? What could it be for? You know, like, just a summoning spell? And he starts to wonder, and he starts to think to himself about these things, and he puts the wand back in his little holster area that he has on his belt to hold it, and he goes over some hand movements as he preps a different cantrip for the day.
Awesome. During the course of these hand motions, some degree of verbal components, you know, doing your little fucking mantra, Soraka, you know, you would roll over, and the first thing you would see is, you know, Flynn's ass. But as he kind of turns around performing his rituals, you know, it reveals his hand motions, his verbal components, maybe some, you know, flavor text ingredients that he might be fucking with at this point in time. As you begin to kind of lift yourself either off the ground or from wherever it is you chose to spend the night, you would acknowledge his movements and to some degree recognize the type of behavior he's currently doing. What does Soraka wish to say, do, or what have you this morning?
You seem well practiced in your arts, Flynn.
Well, I have been doing these for quite some time now.
So, what was that yesterday then?
That was unexpected, to say the least.
How did you even do something like that?
I grab the wand, I hold it up in front of him, and I say, well, I was given a gift when I departed my last party I was with, and, well, I did not know what it did, but I do know now. We never even used it if the situation wasn't so dire.
You think you might be able to control this thing next time?
I mean, nothing's for certain, but I don't know. I wonder if do I try to do it in a controlled area, or do we just hold on to it until we need another miracle?
Well, my personal preference would be to have that as our ace in the hole if we ever need something.
Well, it will be there for it, along with some other things I'm working on. As Flynn continues to, practice his little hand movements.
She'll give him a nod and then start going to rouse the others.
You first come across, well, you turn over, after that little back and forth. You see in front of you your rat kinfolk. You see your barbarian friend, and you see Miss Rothben Thalia. Who do you wish to address first?
Probably Thalia.
Thalia, half asleep, half awake, as Thalia, in my head, is typically on the ready majority of her existence, so she's always like on a head on a swivel, so your sleep is almost like a half comatose, As Rothben...
I think she's in a tent, right?
Yeah, she's in a tent that she set up
Even
way
better.
far away.
Even better. As you approach, Thalia, once again, you would hear the sounds of footsteps as you kind of are disturbed from your half slumber. Soraka, you yourself would probably hear the sounds of metal, as you are probably armored at this point in time, I'm guessing. Thalia?
What time of day is it?
Let's just call it as crack of dawn.
She might still be in like her kind of lounging clothes, like still with the covered thing, but not quite in her armor yet. Maybe
Fair
she's
enough.
in the process of putting it on.
Okay, so then as you hear footsteps approaching your tent, what would you wish to do?
Just ask who's there.
It's me, Thalia. We are getting ready to head back to the fort.
At this point in
Whenever
time,
you're-
you're about 5 feet away from the entrance of this tent as the flaps kind of, with a slight morning breeze, kind of flap back and forth.
Are we sure that going back to the fort is a good idea? You hear from inside the tent.
Well, Flynn seems to think his beast should no longer be there, and we still do need to get answers.
I suppose that's fair. I'll be ready shortly. Give me some time.
Of course, I'll go get the others.
You walk back to camp hastily. As Soraka walks back to camp, Thalia, you're in your tent. This is not a stand-in tent. It's a standard tent itself, you know what I mean? It's not like a stand-up 4-person tent or anything like that. But as you see the shadow of Soraka, in the morning silhouette with the sunlight peering into your tent area, you see the shadow walking away. You turn around and you just stare at your armor. Do you get a thought? Not necessarily a vision, but a moment to yourself to reflect as you stare at your armor. What do you reflect on?
I don't have the tools necessary to do what I keep seeming to be asked to do. I need more help than this book or the temporary help of people who believe in you, Helm.
The camera
I need the
pulls...
assistance of a warrior. Sorry, I need the
No,
assistance of a warrior more
The camera
close.
pulls out of your tent as you finish this line, sliding through the entrance and back to Soraka. Soraka in front of you is the rat, or the Vedelkin? I forgot. How do you pronounce that race? I think it's called the Vedelkin. could be wrong.
Oh,
Nevertheless,
Vidalkin. Sorry.
Vidalkin, thank you.
Yeah, sorry. It took me a moment to realize you were actually talking about me.
Yeah. Which do you wake up next, Soraka?
She'll give Gareth a poke with her staff.
You feel the slight jabbing of a structure into your side.
Yeah.
A little harder this time.
Yeah, no, hold on. I'm saying here, because...
A little harder this time.
No, sorry, no. As you jab into him, like, the hardest, so he sits there, like, kind of goes to, like, try to swat or whatever. His hand missing you just ends up grabbing Flea within arm's reach, and just kind of basically drags Flea over, just gives him into like a bear hug, like a stuffed bear.
Flea,
continues to sleep.
You get disturbed, Flea, as you feel something thick, clammy, and solid just grab around your tail and just kind of drag you ass first as your body gets pulled over a hump of flesh.
No, let go.
Gareth currently is still like kind of asleep currently. He's still doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
What?
Baraka, you see fucking Flea kind of like shouting like, dude, fucking stop!
She's just gonna give like a sigh shake and then just walk away.
Under the distress, under the distress of Flea, Gareth, you would be woken up, or at least coherently.
Yeah, I would assume as much. Gareth kind of realize what the hell he's doing. Just kind of go, oh, let Flea. He kind of sits there and goes, oh, let's Flea go, and kind of shoves him off as he goes to stand up.
You're such a grabby person. I'm gonna sleep a little bit away now.
At this point, you all would kind of, with the morning hours and as the time progresses, you each just would, passively acknowledge each other. You guys are traveling together. You guys are technically in the same team, so there would be some sort of pleasantries, good mornings, what have yous, as the morning routine. You take your morning pisses, do what you got to do, perhaps crack a ration, something to this effect. After about 15 minutes or so, after some time has passed, you would hear the footsteps of an armor-clad individual, as you all would acknowledge, coming from just beyond the bend over there, and your other rock bend has now approached the camp. Thalia, you would see your crew in front of you, enjoying the pleasantries of the morning, as well as the individual that I believe you guys saved, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, check.
The one person.
The one person whose name was Mia.
Mia, and she's a Vidalkin.
No, I am.
No, he's the Vidalkin. Mia's
I mean, that would be very
who is
hard
I
for
am?
Soraka to carry a Vidalkin.
Who's
Yeah,
the
Gareth.
Vidalkin?
Gareth.
Gareth. I thought you were a half-orc.
I thought he was half
No.
too.
No.
I get it.
So the races of Vidalkin, it was basically asking Frog before during CC to have it be okay to flavor it as like an orc, was all.
Okay.
It was for
Orc.
appearance purposes.
Okay. So I guess is there like a fire going or something like that, or
Sounds about right. Crack the morning rations open. Maybe there's a small fire, getting some tea going or something.
I will, I guess, move over to the fire and stand silently waiting for people to be ready, I guess.
Mia, who kind of comes up to the fire, she's pouring herself a small serving of tea. You see her hand still kind of a little bit of a shake. She spills a little bit of the tea onto the ground and splashes off of one of the rocks that surround the campfire. To herself, she mumbles the word "oops" or some degree of apology, even though it was under her breath. It could be heard relatively simply or easily. She does appear to be shook. She begins to kind of sip her tea with two hands, and you can see she's not like rocking back and forth or anything like that, but you can see that she appears to be disturbed of sorts. Flynn, your practices of the morning and getting your rituals set up and all that jazz has concluded at this point. Do you wish to grab some tea?
Flynn's going to look into see if there's any leftover bacon or meat from the night before.
Sure. Roll a investigation. I mean, there are wildlife out there. It's not like you guys have refrigerators or Tupperware.
$22.
Yeah, sure. There seems to be a half-eaten piece dangling off of the one of the half-orc's forks.
Flynn's gonna nod in disgust off that and be like, I think we'll pass on breakfast. You guys ready to roll?
My Lord Flynn, as Mia kind of offers like a cup of tea, would you like me to get you some tea?
Sure, that'd be great.
It is twig tea. I hope you don't mind, but there are the local the. Oh man, I'm just all over the place. I'm sorry. There's just some natural ingredients around between roots and birch. It creates an earthy flavor. My previous knight, he taught me, Here, take some. And she kind of just hands you and pours a cup of tea. The steam kind of sizzles out of the cup a little bit. Everybody, just go do something else. Just go. Sorry. So yeah, as she passes you the tea, the cup itself is warm in your palm for the moment. As you, through the steam, see your crew and ask the team collaboratively, what's the next step?
So, we ready to go?
I suppose so.
Go
Alright.
where?
Ugh.
Go where? Once again, this not shaky voice, but a very concerned voice, and not too sold on the concept that you're alluding to going back. So she will say, "Go where exactly?"
We're headed back to the forts. I understand if it'd be too much for you. You're welcome to stay here for our return, or come
By
with
myself. Wait, hold on. After what just happened, you want to go back and there's like that creature that you were just talking about? I don't feel that that's. Are you sure?
There's loot.
us. Flynn assures us that the creature should be gone.
But I'm sorry. All due respect, Madam Rockman. I look, okay. He doesn't even know what it is. He was just talking about not knowing what was that. I'm sorry. I'm speaking out of turn. I apologize, my Lord Flynn. I apologize. I'm so, I don't mean to doubt your abilities. I just have concerns. Let alone just. I'm sorry. I'll just shut up. I'll just shut up. She sits down and begins to drink her tea.
Do you want to come with us, or?
Either I take my chances with the creature you spoke about, or I take my chances out here with the hunter. I mean, a true knight's calling is you don't go in half-mast, as my previous would say. But I mean, as much as it goes against my heart, my brain tells me that I probably should tag along.
Well, we do need to see if we can find anything about Sarah Quim, if they're still there or not.
Sure. Yeah, I guess. I mean, at least I know the place inside and out. I guess I could help you somehow.
That would be great. If you're not able to fight, then so be it. Your guidance will be surely enough.
Yeah, you know, hopefully the stables haven't been damaged in any way. I usually feed them around this time. Okay, so is there anything I can get before we go? Do you need me to prep anything for you? I'm very, very proficient in folding garments and vestiges. If any needs to be prepped, I could help.
Are you a squire?
I am squire of the third generations of my family. Yeah, passed on. You know, with hopes to one day be knighted myself. It's kind of a dream since I was, as my father would say, a wee lad. Yeah, except not many female knights around. You know, it's usually a man's job, and you know, but it's I want to change that mold. You know, and I want to, just because I possess the ability to carry, life doesn't make me not able to defend it.
Well, perhaps you should shadow Thalia some.
Thalia? Thalia? I haven't really
Yes,
spoken
I am.
much to. No,
Go on.
not really. Are you sure? Like, our knight?
I am a knight. I've been knighted in the light of the Red Knights Church, and I currently fight for Helm.
That's incredible. I know it's not proper of me to ask, but would I be able to see what a female knight looks like? May I look upon your face?
Part of the tenets of the Red Knight require me to keep my face anonymous.
Oh my. Was it like that as you were while you were a squire too?
Once you become a knight, it's part of your duty that you take up.
She begins to kind of just talk your ear off a little bit, asking questions. You know, she seems to be very inquisitive, as this is really interesting. You know, she's never met a female who claims to have been a knight at all, if at all, you know, and like I said, not many of them are around, so she definitely is very much interested on any kind of speakings and discussions you have to offer. As she would start to lean towards you, she starts to also ask you for any things that you would need done, no matter how small. Do you need me to polish your sword, or would you like me to carry your bags? Things like that.
Let us make sure your previous master is dead, then we will talk about you swearing for me.
I appreciate that. Knight Thalia, Rockbend Thalia, I understand that. You know, normally I would do these duties for mine, right? So in the temporary until we find him, I have no problems assisting you in the time being, respectfully.
I've been perfectly able to carry my own bags up to this point. So until further notice, just keep your head down and try not to get yourself killed.
Thank you.
Surviving to knighthood is part of the trial.
Nice. Okay, thank you. Sure, I'll be over here behind you, okay?
And give her a nod. offer him a nod. Who is it female or
It's
male?
a female. Her name is Mia.
Female.
I'll give you her full name, actually. Her name is Mia Quang. Qaing. She looks to...
Qaing.
Yeah, she kind of has a little bit of an Asian feel to her. You know what I mean? As
Gotcha.
far as that
Mhm.
kind of physical presence.
Mm-hmm.
All that conversation is happening. Flea, what are you doing?
Lee's just stretching, getting ready to move on, just like doing like how the cats and dogs stretch out. They like put their paws forward and do that whole thing. He's just doing that, and he's like, there we go again.
Amazing. And then Gareth, as everyone preps, is there anything special or in particular that Gareth is handling at this moment?
Nothing in particular. The only thing he'd be doing is would be just putting out the fire, getting ready to leave, and that's about it.
As you begin to put out the fire, Mia would kind of cut in front of you and begin to kick dirt and douse the flames with the leftover boiling water ahead of you as it sizzles. Some of that smoke wafts in your face a little bit and gives you a little bit of a...
He kind of just looks over and just goes like, "Sorry, give me a second. I'm trying to think how to word it." Yeah, he'll kind of go cough. What was that for? I was doing it.
My apologies. It's the least I can do. I mean, you did carry me. I understand. I mean, you guys kind of, all of you. I wouldn't be standing here if it wasn't for you. So, respectfully, it's the least I can do.
He just kind of looks down at her and just kind of rolls his shoulders and a shrug and just turns around and walks off.
She'll sigh to herself quietly as she wraps up the last of dousing that flame and smouting the fire itself. She picks up any last pieces, bags that she may have on her or anything like that, or anything that may have been left behind, and she begins to follow you back towards the fort. At this point, we'll fast forward to about 30 minutes. As you get closer to the fort on the path in reverse that you took to even get to where you guys had your long rest. As the bushes, trees, brush, and the natural terrain itself begins to unfold in front of you, the peaks of that stronghold can be seen through some grassy, tree-covered areas as the area itself begins to become familiar. You're about 150 feet away from the border of the map as far as scale is concerned. The fort is in sight, and as you look on, it's quiet. Birds chirping, flying around. It's all you can hear or see. The fires themselves, although the map shows fires burning, those fires have since been burnt out over the course of the evening, most likely.
Is everyone ready?
You hear
Sure.
Alia take an audible deep breath and then kind of give a nod as she stares up at the monolithic black fort.
Lee, can you scout ahead for us?
Whoa.
As she starts blessing him with guidance.
Stealth check.
Sure. And let me know what you get, because I'm on a different screen here.
12 plus what? A D4?
Yeah.
14?
The 14, you make your way up. You're a much smaller profiled creature, and there's still a very wooded area at this current time. So as you make your way closer, it's quiet. Nothing outside of the ordinary when it comes to the surrounding areas, vegetation, animal life, weather. Nothing sets off your spidey sense, right?
Okay.
You make yourself to the steps, and I'm just going to move the tokens for the sake of organization over here. So don't worry about everyone else's token, but I'm gonna say at this point you would be right in that spot. Do you see yourself?
Yep.
Okay. So let's just say you enter the map. What do you want to do?
Gonna move up to this foil. I can control my piece yet. Yeah, I'm gonna move up here.
Okay.
I'm gonna say I'm behind this tree because I don't know if it'll do anything funky to my token. And I'm gonna give it a listen to see if I can hear any movement.
Perception check.
21. Nat.
Nat 21. All right. So here's what you hear / see. Just like before, the weather, the vegetation. I mean, you would naturally come across the bodies with these large arrows. And remember, these arrows are like a third larger than your average arrow. They're about a third thicker in circumference. The dowel itself, or the shaft of it, the fletching is very unique. Very sharp, rigid, kind of feather-like structures as opposed to your standard. And the arrowhead looks, once again, as you know, if you were to pull it out, the arrowhead itself would come across as some sort of long-range device, or at least designed for a specific purpose. But you would still see those dogs, you know, exposed to the elements with these massive arrows in them. As you would peer around and continue to look around, you would also notice that these bodies don't seem to have been struggling upon death, almost as if when they were hit, their deaths may have been instantaneous, almost as if they didn't suffer upon death.
Okay.
But you don't hear anything else.
Okay. Please then gonna move up the stairs so if he can see like the gate. Not sure how far you want me up the stairs.
That's alright, just go up to the top, you're fine.
And he's just gonna check to see if the gate is open.
As you look on to the gate where you last remember where you guys pulled it down, and you remember that gate taking some massive hits from the inside, just echoing these loud crashes, bangs, and booms. The metallic gate that closes over top of the wooden portions is mangled to shit, but holding on tight. Whatever was trying to get out, it does not look like it was able to get out, at least through this door. Although the wooden door underneath the metal grating, think of a dog cage that just went to fucking the hell and back. It's all misshapen, like the bars are splayed out, but not large enough to let anything out. And the wood behind it, like the door would be on one hinge and it's snapped forward. The other one's all like smashed and splintered on the other side. That door is done fucked up.
Okay. And just like looking around, because I'm still peering up, I could just see the door and everything, and I can't see anybody like in the general area. Like
just the previous
if I was
dead
just
bodies.
look, if I was to look just straight forward and to the like a little bit to the right, I wouldn't see anybody, right?
Correct. Just the dead bodies. There was a few dead bodies here that I removed from the map just for the sake of simplicity, but there would be other dogs that have died here, very similar to the ones that you passed by on the pathway up here.
Okay, I'm gonna then turn around and start heading back to the group just to report what I've seen. Just let him know I don't see anybody up there.
Sure. You take the 5 minutes to get back, and you make this information known to the group.
Suppose we should press forward.
Agreed.
All right.
Gareth and Thalia, can you lead the way?
Yeah. Gareth will start to move to head up then.
Oh god, excuse me.
All right. As you guys make your way to the gate, and you're welcome to move your tokens. That's fine. Keeps you guys amused. All right, Gareth.
Steve, I moved mine all the way manually.
So Gareth and Thalia, naturally, since you're kind of the tanks of the group, you guys are in the front. You would be the first two to see the gate. As I explained before, it's mashed, mangled. Although the metal structure seems to did its job. Well, in reverse, it held whatever was inside that you can tell. You guys remember how big this creature was. The holes and structure damage would not have catered to the size of that creature, assuming that it didn't get out through this way. In fact, the inside, like you know, the doors are smashed, so it's not airtight. You would be able to smell some sort of like brimstone-y kind of a smell, or sulfury, some sort of like a burning or has been burnt, that putrid burning smell would kind of faintly be absorbed here. You can faintly smell it, like a cheeky fart.
Yeah. Gareth will kind of smell it, kind of turn around, look around, like, all right, who has the raw egg in their bag?
Well. Letting out an
Gareth?
audible sigh.
Gareth, can you open this gate again?
Gareth kind of looks at it, it's like, the whole thing's mangled and belled. You think it's going back up top? Or better
Well, if
off
not,
beating
we
down
have
the
to-
door that's over where we found her.
Mia, is there another way in?
Guess we can go around back, but I'm not sure. I mean, the side door here, but that's last time I was in there. It was filled with smoke. I don't know the condition, and they generally lock it. Yeah, I guess you could always climb.
Hooves really aren't meant for climbing.
Can you rip the door open, Gareth?
Yeah, can we bring down the door, perhaps? Does look like it's on its last hinges.
Okay, hold on. Are we talking about the one that's in front of us, the main one that has the iron palisade?
Yes.
Yeah, he said it's beat to shit though. So
It is very much bowed out or belled out, as you had mentioned before. There are chinks in it. There are broken parts in it. But remember, the creature that you remember was massive. There's no way that this massive creature would have fit through the small gaps and chinks that it created. You know what I mean? So do with that information as you see fit. Would the smaller people in the crew might be able to think thin and squeeze through? Sure. The chinks in that design may work out. But I would say people that are like 7 feet, 8 feet fucking tall, 300 pounds of pure rotten shit, probably are going to have a difficult time squeezing through.
Yeah. Gareth will kind of turn and look over at Rocket. It's like, I can try, but I do not think the gate will move. And I guess I'll go ahead and try to see about pulling it free, or getting a gap big enough that Gareth can try to squeeze through.
Okay. You look to the biggest gap in the dead center, towards the left a little bit, where it's hinged open. The iron brackets that hold certain chinks together seems to be literally kind of wobbly, to the point that if you might be able to bend it or push it a little bit more open. You're welcome to absolutely roll a athletics check to see if your muscles can do something about this.
18.
Nice. Nothing to sweeten the pot a little bit.
guidance.
Okay. Roll
So
D4.
it's an extra D4.
Nice.
With a 4, so
Dude.
22.
No bullshit. I was looking for 21. So, as you pull, Thalia, by the way, this is happening basically right next to you, Saraki, as you watch behind. But what Thalia would see is just this hulking mass of muscle arm just start to pull, fucking veins pop out, and you just see, and he's just pulling slowly. You see bolts popping out and the rivets dividing themselves. Pop, one at a time, one at a time. This is like a 30-second pull. And just, you're welcome to flavor as much as you want here, Gareth.
Oh yeah, no, I was good with that. The only thing is like at the end of it, Garrett's just going kind of like, as it kind of gets like lugged aside or however or whatnot, it kind of just goes. I'm gonna feel that later.
And it is now opened up enough that, although what was tight for the medium-sized builds is now open enough where they don't have to think thin as much. But you, big motherfucker, might be able to squeeze through.
That works. Yeah, I mean, he just tore it open. He's just gonna say "fucking go," right? Try to squeeze through first.
Sure. You go in and you kind of are, all you have to do is kind of shoulder bash a little bit as you push through the wooden doors that are the splintered side. It's bad. It falls to pieces, and some of the it just falls, and just, it's terrible. But as you make your way inside, as you're the first one in, your eyes dilate to the surroundings. The hallway here is warm. Warmer than the outside, at least initially. The inside structure, as you look at it, even the walls on the side has these massive damage marks, whether it was a claw mark or some sort of holy fuck, something hit this wall, and it's like showing signs of holy fuck, that's crazy. The pieces of rock and rubble just torn asunder. The inside framework of this door, the candles, the wall items, the furniture is all just, it's shattered like a grenade went off.
Yeah, Garrett's going to kind of turns like, that should be big enough. As he kind of just goes to look, kind of like just kind of still panning around, seeing what's inside here.
Absolutely. Once again, the smell of that sulfur, or that faint smell of brimstone or sulfur, does seem to be very aromatic. Is that the word? It's a distinct smell that can be smelled pretty decently, although it's not overpowering. Pungent, thank you. But not too overpowering. The dead bodies that you guys remember having a fight with down here, what you remember, fallen enemies with red tabards, they seem to be altered. One of them just at your feet. Do you wish to squat down and pull off the tabard, or at least move the tabard so you can see what's going on?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'll do it before anyone gets it, I guess.
So once
What could
again,
possibly go wrong?
this tabard, just to refresh everyone's memory, is very similar to that of the Dogs of War, whereas the Dogs of War would feature a bluish or sometimes greenish kind of a color scheme with that white seedling, or depending on your ranks and whatnot. These ones are very much of a red-colored tabard, or at least more on the crimson side of the equation, with a similar design. Not the exact seedling, not the exact seeds, but an offshoot or a subsect of that of sorts. And as you peel off or move asunder or move aside the tabard and clothing to get a better view of what's happening here, let me lower this music volume. As you peel that over, the first thing you would notice is what you believe was his arm. The arm is, since you'll see, imagine, the best way I can describe it is if you watch Terminator 2, and I'm sure you all have, where the 101 pulls off his skin, revealing the skeleton arm. Imagine just finding the shell of his skin on the floor, with the bones on the inside missing completely. The skin that once housed these bones also appear to be shredded, almost like minced meat, maybe even put through a fucking grinder or something was just tearing at it. But the one thing that's profound is there are no bones in here. Even the skull seems to have been removed, almost leaving just a skin suit itself, be it badly shredded and badly damaged, almost unrecognizable.
Soraka's kneeling down to inspect this, and then just
looks over at Flynn.
When Soraka gives you the stink eye.
Hey, don't look at me. I didn't do it.
Looks
Think
like
we
it
might
was a,
know
looks
what
like it
did
was a
though.
smoothie.
Gareth will then look from Flynn to over to Flea because he remember Flea eating someone's face off.
Water, iced tea.
Oh, this is not the same guy. Listen there. This looks like someone had a smoothie.
As you point, smoothie. Sorry, that caught me off guard. As you point to the guy you did eat, you see that his body has been altered from the last time you remember counting down.
Face sunken.
He didn't look like that last time. I know. I ate his face.
Well, let's be on our guard. Who knows what's lying in wait here? What's the condition of the red tabards, by the way?
Damaged, shredded, bloodied, as if they've been through a battle and more. But they are recognizable. They are still discernible. A little bit of patchwork might go a long way.
Can I collect them?
Sure. Roll me a d4, and let's see how many of them are salvageable.
Uh-oh. 4.
A 4. 3 of them. I was giving you a -1 modifier.
Okay.
3 of them are with some elbow grease and a skillful hand. You might be able to restore. So you're welcome to add 3 red tabards with tree-like designs on them to your inventory. And for sake of weight, just say they weigh a pound each for whatever.
You could name the Enclave.
That works too. If you wish to name it the Enclave.
I guess I mean, Gareth would more or less kind of just start moving towards the stairwell.
Absolutely.
Unless someone else.
I mean, there was that one room we didn't peek in where the archers were constantly running in and out of. You know, make sure that's clear.
All right, so I'll just go ahead and say that. So, Flea, was that Flea that said that?
Yeah.
Sure, you make your way in there. It seems to be a study of sorts. Books, shelves, stories. Some of them looks to be like books on strategies and tactics, maybe military-style books. Some history books, general math, maybe potion making 101, identify your herbs, the female anatomy and things like that.
Lee will immediately see how to identify herbs and just pocket that real quick.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you did.
Absolutely. Sure. That book stands out to you. The book itself looks to be about 150 pages, and it does seem to feature the known map of TalRune on the front cover. And it basically, let's make a title.
How to identify herbs by rune?
The natural world of vegetation and its histories.
We'll go with it.
That works. That just means now I gotta make a fucking history for every fucking herb in the world.
Wah, wah,
Thanks, Frog.
Hey, you're the one that named the book.
Yeah, I know, and I'm my own worst enemy. Nevertheless, but yeah, it seems to be a decent read. You open up the book really quick to kind of sift through the pages. You know what? I got this.
Let's just say I land on like Nightshades, one I've
Nope.
already read before.
Nope. Give me 2 seconds. I will tell you exactly what it says. As you open up the book and begin to sift through, there are shapes and symbols and things and written hand stuffs and pictures and multicolored penmanship, some fancy calligraphy, or what you think it would be. But unfortunately, it's not written in common, undercommon, or beast speech at all. It seems to be a different language.
I hate you so much. I hate you so much, Frog.
You're welcome.
I know what you did there.
Outside of that, it is written in, let's just say, out of character knowledge, until somebody else can identify it. It is written in Draconic.
Well, I'm just gonna stow this in my backpack, and we're gonna move on. I can get this translated later.
Sorry, what was your last thing you said? It was kind of muffled.
I'm just gonna stow it in my backpack and get it translated later.
Fantastic. Flynn, as you see kind of Flea go that way, fucking Gareth go that way towards the stairs, I'm assuming Soraka's kind of in the crossroads. I'm assuming Thalia is generally in at the front lines where Gareth is as well. Where are you at, Flynn? Where are you at, Flynn? Can you hear me, Flynn?
Yeah, did you not hear what I said?
Nope.
No.
Oh, Flynn's gonna say, Flynn's gonna look at Thalia, Gareth, and Soraka and be like, we still need to clear these top floors.
Yeah, I think we need to move up and make sure the whole where the last engagement was is cleared out.
Now, once again, the integrity of this hallway is very similar. It's bashed, it's mangled, not only from your little fucking shatter from last session, but the insides they look to be physically bashed in many cases. Some sunlight would be peering through some of the wall structure, as if the wall took a massive hit. As you make your way upstairs, more bodies. These bodies, yet again, appear to be deboned, mangled, torn to shreds. Their armor, if wearing any, is down to shreds, ribbons, and mere scales here and there. Nothing crazy. The table, mangled, bashed, battered. The throne chair kicked over. Furniture, just chucked everywhere. The door frame itself looks like it was pushed open to make it a bigger access point. You would see scrape marks and scathe marks on the ground or in anything that's wooden, as if a claw ripped through it.
Do we see any bugbear corpses?
You see furry mounds of flesh that seem to be without bones.
That is disgusting.
You continue to make your way in.
How are we doing this, folks? We splitting up? We grouping into one area?
I think we need to stay together.
Should only be a couple more rooms left. Let's keep going.
Gareth, anything in there?
Fireplace, bookshelves, boxes, crates.
Gareth, the one thing you would see is this. So those crates, because unfortunately they'll only have a certain amount of graphics available to me, but those crates are smashed. You would put two and two together, like these crates once created a barricade, maybe to keep people from going in, but what you would see on the side wall of the frame, a bloody smash in the wall, and then the mound of flesh that's deboned below, almost as if something got squished on the side of that wall, and whatnot. The crates and whatnot just smashed apart, and just pieces of boards and just doodads and furniture just all over the place, like something crashed through a barricaded wall.
Yeah. So yeah, he goes. What looks to be what's left of a barricade, and some whatever was left of someone turned into jelly.
Lovely.
But
right.
there's a door.
Do you continue forward?
Yeah, I mean, I will. At least I don't know if anyone else is gonna follow. but
Yeah, she's following.
Yeah,
I'll,
just
I'll
not gonna-
go. I'll go
She's
walk
just not
through
gonna
the
be the
fucking
first one
jello.
through the door.
Yeah, I'll walk through the jelloized carcass
Sure.
on the floor.
You make your way. The next room has a massive hole in it, in the floor, allowing you to see below. Below is another room. It looks like the floor just couldn't hold whatever weight was here. It's very obscure and, not much information as far as how, what, why, or when. But yeah, there's a fucking hole in the floor, and you can see clear into what you would best describe to be a kitchen of sorts. There's another door here, double door, that appears to be closed, with a series of locks on them. It looks to be a heavy-duty locking system, and the iron and metal reinforcements on this door, by the way, I'm talking about this door right here, for those who can see my light. It appears to have a lot of reinforcing beams, I-beams, boards, the works, and maybe a 2 to 3 lock system.
Dude, I'll give it a whirl.
Say what, Brian?
I mean, proficient in lockpicking.
Okay.
The
Alright.
guidance.
Flea, you make your way towards this door. It's a massive door. You knock on it first to kind of feel. You can tell whatever wood that this door has been made from, it's cold to the touch, and it feels rock solid, almost like iron.
This is your one moment. You've trained your whole life for this. Don't fuck it up.
Okay, let's try and pick the locks.
You take one of the busted down crates, one that's sturdy enough to hold your body weight. You jump on top so you can get kind of a better feel of it. So it's a 3 tumbler, so it's like 3 holes. It's a hole, a hole, a hole. Each hole's like maybe 1.5 inches to 2 inches apart from each other. Okay, and it's a horizontal tumbler. So you bust out your lockpick. How many do you have?
I just have one kit.
One lockpick kit. Does that come with a bunch of lockpicks in it, or is it just one?
I
I've
think
never
it comes
actually
with
looked
like
at.
3.
Thieves' tools comes with a set of lockpicks, small mirror mounted on a metal handle, set of narrow blade scissors, and a pair of pliers.
So you'd only have one set of lockpicks.
5E. Thieves' tools, equipment.
Basically,
Set a lockpick.
yeah.
Set a lockpick. Is that 2?
So a set of lockpicks is literally, it's like 5 or 6 different tangs of metal, each shaped a little different, but that's all considered one set. Because if one breaks, you'd have to get that one replaced to be able to essentially use the set, at least D&D wise. Unless you can, reality wise, I mean, you can make do with other things, but
You know what? Fuck it. Let's make it work here. It's a 3 tumbler set. Make your roll, kid, and I'm gonna tell you to roll well.
What is it? It's
know if you heard
D20
me,
plus my proficiency.
Yeah, if you have your thieves' tools, so that'll give you your proficiency on top of that. So yeah,
With the guidance, maybe?
and the guidance is an additional D4.
11 plus 2 plus 1, so 14.
14. As you look at this keyhole, you have one lockpick, but 3 holes to put this one pick in. And you're filling around. You go to each hole. You take like a minute or 2 on each. You'll hear a click, and you're like, yes! And as you pull it out, you hear a click, click back. But you put it in, you hear another click in the middle hole, and click, click back once you pull your keys out, or your lockpicks out. As you try to pull it open, it doesn't budge.
Now, it's over. So every single time I was pushing it up, it would just click back down.
As you remove your lockpick, it seems as if the tumblers reset. Yes.
Okay.
mean, these holes are, like I said, 1.5 inches, 2 inches apart each, and there's 3 of them.
Well, that's right. I don't think I can get this open. Not without not without another lockpick, set. I think we might have to find a clue.
Mia finally catches up to the group and asks you, what do you wish to do with the armory?
This is the armory?
Well, that's usually where they hold whatever needs to be shipped out. So usually weapons, armor. I think I remember. Pause. I think I remember hearing Eamon talking about some sort of mission to deliver supplies or something. I don't know. I'm not really privy to that information too much. Silly of me. I didn't mean Eamon. I meant Sarquim. Yes, he was talking about some sort of town asking for some sort of.
Is it possible
supplies?
somebody is hidden in there?
Yeah, let's find out. And Fred knocks on the door and says, "Hello, anybody in there?"
You hear your knuckles banging off the door. The door feels solid. Your sound doesn't even reverberate this door. This door was designed to stay closed, but no sound or reply back.
Mia, you wouldn't happen to know where they have the keys, would you?
Sarko would absolutely have those keys. I mean, his office and bedroom is upstairs. I don't really know where he would keep it, but that would be my best guess.
Well, we should probably take a look. Maybe we can stock up on some stuff and get you some armor.
Gareth will look over to Thalia and kind of, Thalia, can I see that hammer?
My warhammer, what for?
A hammer is easier to bust a lock with than an axe.
It looks pretty sturdy.
I'm not gonna have you ruin my hammer on.
Let's wait
trying
to see
to
if
break
we can
through a
find
door.
the keys first.
Yes.
Before we try any alternate ways in there. I do know a mage who's really great at bringing the walls down.
I mean, the door's wood, right?
So I'm going to I'll restate what I said. So yes, the door is inherently wood, but touching the door, it's cold to the touch, and it feels as solid as iron.
That's some magical wood right there, sir.
Is it ironwood?
I mean.
For those that pay attention to the elevated threat.
We were looking for that.
Gareth, Gareth would try to swing it, just not the lock itself, but like at the.
We're not going to be able to get through this.
I don't know that.
What I think it is.
Go ahead, roll ahead.
It's basically without basically swing an axe not on the metal hinge, but just to the side of it. Does that make sense?
Roll a hit and swear to God, do not roll a 1.
Now you're making me want to. One sec here. Actions. Reckless, because why not? That is a 21.
Boom! You hit this fucking wood hard as shit. But your axe, bink, kind of just reflects off of it. As if you literally hit a sheet of metal.
Ironwood, you idiot. You're not going to be able to get through it with normal tools.
Keys first. Let's go.
Yeah, Gareth will kind of just grumble and cuss under his breath as he stomps over to the stairs.
As you make your way to the stairs, you look up. It is a... Let me take off this screen thing. As you look up, it is a large stairwell, and for some reason I can't seem to see upstairs anymore. Please hold. Come on. You know, really need to fix the system hearing through shit. There we are. Alright. You make your way upstairs. Gareth, as you open up the door, you'll find some sort of chamber. Bedroom of sorts. It seems to be fancier. There doesn't seem to be much of anything in this room. Some cabinets, some dressings, although bashed and battered. Everything seems to be clean outside of the bash and battered, like the furniture is smashed, except for, like I said, some of the cabinets in the corner, in particular these cabinets in this little area here, which are cabinets and not shelves. Give me a perception check, Gareth.
Okay. 16.
As you make your way into this room and you kind of looking around and seeing all this shit, you would hear the sound of like wood being shuffled around, or like something, like somebody dropped maybe like a ruler in the classroom kind of sound, you know what I mean, coming from the cabinets.
You're just going to kind of look over there. It's like, did anyone else hear that?
Dahlia's gonna ready her halberd.
Flea is going to position himself in a spot over here.
Flynn is going to.
Aiming at the cabinet.
Flynn's going to tiptoe to the cabinet and get on either the left or right side of it, and kind of look at all his parties, and kind of with his finger, he's going to go like 3, 2, 1, and he's going to pull open one of the cabinet doors.
As you pull out the cabinet doors, this thing falls in a tumble onto the floor in front of you. What do they see?
They see this little half gnome, or this little gnome that has a pair of goggles that fell into the floor when he fell face first, with this white and gold robe on that seems too big for him. And when he looks up, it just seems like he hasn't washed his face in a while.
Mia, do you know this one?
He came here like 2 or 3 nights ago. What are you doing alive? Is Saragrim okay?
I don't know. I hid into this cabinet when I was downstairs and saw this bone thingy appear, start killing people, and them just fall down like piles of flesh. I ran up here as far as I could and found this hiding space.
So you have no word of Saragrim?
No.
That mean he doesn't know where the keys are.
Well, sounds about right. Obviously, this is not the guy's room, so, Leo, which room is,
Across the
Hero's
hall.
room?
Across the hall. But so you fled? You left? Everyone? Why would you leave?
He made wise choice.
I just saw so many people start dying right in front of me. I was commissioned to make something. I just didn't want to die without completing my mission.
Well, at least we have one survivor, I suppose. But yes,
Bound to be more.
Sarkarim's room is on the other side.
Let's head over there, then.
Can you stand, little gnome?
I should be able to.
How you know who the healer is?
Well, let's go. Come on, stay with the group.
Oh, okay. I stand up and just follow them.
Fair enough. Oops. I didn't mean to do that. So this door, although it looks like it's working, believe it or not, is completely smashed open. In fact, the door itself is on the floor. You'll see like a half body sticking out from the bottom of it, which seems to have initially been crushed. But much like everything else going on in this place, seems to be once again very much deboned and removed of all of its bony pieces. Nevertheless, you enter a really fancy room. Mia would absolutely verify that this is Sarkrim's room. She's never really been in here all that often, but much like all the other aesthetics, there are 5 other bodies in here, all of them heaping masses of boneless flesh, torn to shreds in many cases, not recognizable, armor shredded, helmets bashed in and bent inwards, as if something with massive force either stepped on it or whatnot. The ground having marks on it, as if a giant clawed hand raked across the floor. The bed is just in shambles. Ribbons and linen just torn everywhere. This place is just, it's terrible. In fact, and the floor itself would absolutely be sopping wet in blood.
The tabard's blue or red?
Blue. Well, purple now.
Well, this will get messy, but I suppose we should check the bodies to see if they have any keys on them.
I'll go start
Why
looking at the rest of the rooms.
Why don't we check the
Gareth
cupboard?
Gareth, as Soraka suggests, he'll just start walking over to the bodies and just like sticking his hand straight into what's left of the gelatin mush, basically, just like shifting for a key.
Sure. You would absolutely, going through this. I mean, this is pretty gross, by the way, guys. It's disgusting what you're doing. But yeah, as you start sifting through the debris,
The debris.
Shifting through the jello.
yeah, it's foul, dude. But as you do that, I'm trying so hard to find this gnome's character token, and I can't seem to find it for some reason. Sorry about that. But yeah, man. So roll me an investigate. Let's see how well you guys do.
Guidance for everyone.
How about all you guys roll, and just give me the average of your. Just give me the average.
How about crit 21?
Cool. With a nat 1, so that balances out.
So a 23 together, but it's a crit.
I got an 8.
9 for me. So 9, 8, and 21, so about 15, 16-ish.
I got 17.
I guess
I'm not in that room at the moment.
Yeah, I'm technically not in that room either, so I probably shouldn't have rolled.
9
Okay.
plus 8 plus 17 plus 20. What'd you get, Brian?
I got a 23.
23 divided by 4. 14 and a half, so 15.
So what's that average then?
15.
Okay, 15. All right, so you take about 5 minutes. You sift through. You pick up what once was maybe a shoulder, and it kind of attached to whatever shredded pieces of meat are there, and sift through some pockets. There are some pocket change things, items that happen to pop out. Collectively, let's just say you get enough cash on you. Let's just call it 24 gold collaboratively, at least whatever's salvageable. I mean, honestly, the clothing is shredded. There's nothing of value there. The tabards are pretty bad. There's nothing of value there. The armor is non-salvageable. You would absolutely find some generic weaponry. Let's just say 2 long swords, 2 short swords, and a crossbow. Nothing outside of that. But you would also pull a parchment off of one of the bodies. It does seem to be sopped in blood, but as you roll it open, the clean side should be open. I assume you read it.
Mm-hmm.
It speaks of a mission. This mission simply states the town of Tilly requests funds and basically like a cache of supplies to defend themselves against an ongoing issue coming from the north. Please deliver weapons for their safety, salvation. In return, they wish to work collaboratively with the dogs for whatever they need, whether it be room, board, shelter, the works.
Good night.
You going to bed, guys? I love you. Good night.
Uh-oh.
Good night.
You take a shower? Love you. Sorry about that, guys.
Seems like it might be something to do with the Warforged from up north.
Well, but didn't Leah say that? So the guy had the quest?
Mia retches a little bit as she leaves the room, noticing all this shit and watching you guys kind of sifting through all this garbage.
Didn't she say that her hero had the quest? So,
Well, they were preparing for the quest to deliver the goods. I assume the goods were meant for Tilly, so... Well, we'll keep searching for the keys. Did we turn this room over pretty good, to the best of our ability?
Not quite
We-
done yet. That was just the bodies.
Okay.
yeah, we still have the cabinets, the bed, and the table and the paintings.
Well, let's keep looking. Perhaps we can find the keys.
Who wants to go over to the desk?
I'll go over the desk.
Sure, give me another roll.
Steve.
Investigate. I just flew.
Yeah, you flew because you decided to drag, not move with your...
Just press your arrow key. I think that works.
No, like he flew up and out of the room and out of sight.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, he went up.
That's fine.
He's on the
think I
roof.
That's okay. I can fix
There you
this.
go. I got him. All right. Investigation. Oh, poop. 11.
11. You
Did
look
you
at
want
the
to
desk.
use your...
Oh, go ahead.
You could use guidance.
I did use guidance. I can guidance myself.
Yes, you can.
But that was an 11 with guidance.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'm not a smart tiefling.
Gotcha. All right. So you look at this desk. It seems to just have some documentation on it, some candles. There's a signet ring, probably for a wax seal for maybe his official crest or whatnot, or Sarah Quinn's crest. Outside of that, there's like a letter opener that's kind of fancy looking, silvery in a way. Nothing, unfortunately, jumps out at you.
Grabbing that signet ring.
You do so. Just say Heathrun or Lieutenant Sarah Karim. Sar Karim. S-A-R-K... blah, blah, blah. S-A fucking R-Q-A-R-I-M.
Okay.
As you walk away, what is everyone else doing?
Please check in the cabinet.
I'm just
I mean,
making sure that Flynn doesn't get himself killed by himself over there.
Sure thing. As you make your way, Flynn, to that room, followed by Thalia, I'm just going to say you both enter this room. As you both enter this room, Flynn, you sift through or at least look around. This room doesn't seem to be touched that much, if at all. The cabinets there, the housing there seems to be of modest, for like a modest. I'm trying to think of the word I'm looking for here. For modest livings, you know what I mean? Nothing fancy enough to kind of get by the day. But what you have noticed is that a lot of the clothing that's featured here seems to be very much gnome-sized. Very much gnome-sized. And in fact, at the bed itself, you would also see like a footstool, probably to get into bed with. On the shelves, you would find vials, beakers of this kind of orangey kind of liquid. It seems to be very viscous at first.
And from what maybe the little person was staying here as he finishes his examination and walks out.
Well, as you turn around, as you're looking at this, all these little vials and whatnot, that gnome happens to enter the room behind Thalia.
Oh, I haven't been in this room in over a day because of that damn bone thing. I go to the bookshelf and grab my backpack and start putting vials into my bag.
You guys hear the clanging and clanging of these vials going into his bag.
So I guess he was staying here. Well, he's not going to be in this room. And Eustace kind of, well, Eustace would ask him directly, like, so, what potions are you brewing?
Ooh, they aren't potions. They're my masterpieces.
Interesting.
Let's just say I use these instead of fire.
So alchemy.
Yeah, basically.
He's just gonna nod. He's like, I always admire people for their minds. Hopefully I won't have to see him in action. And Eustace steps out and he's gonna go check the next room.
Eustace, you walk past...
oh no, Flynn steps out.
I'm sorry. Flynn, you walk by Thalia, leaving Thalia and this nameless gnome in the same room together. As you look over to the gnome, Thalia, the gnome looking back up at you. I don't know if you guys wish to have a word or not. That's fine.
Let's keep moving. We gotta keep clearing this structure.
Just let me get the rest of my vials.
And you see this gnome working hard to get all that shit in his bag, collecting his doodads and doohickeys. And you go into the next room. This room is empty. No clothes, nothing packed. It's completely untouched. And to be quite honest, nothing of interest that you can tell. And as you continue to search those rooms there, we're going to go back into the main room where Soraka closes the drawers in front of Flea and Gareth. What do you guys want to do in there?
Please checking the, I guess, cabinets.
Sure. Go ahead and investigate.
16?
16. You're reaching through cabinets. You're seeing some cool little snacks here and there, some side stuff, maybe for, he wants to treat himself out, some fucking candy or something, nothing crazy, some extra clothes that have been, once again, smashed about. But in this one piece of cabinet fixture that's not completely off the wall, it looks odd to you, as if it seems to be hanging on by something. And as you kind of look over to investigate, there's this notch on the corner, but as you touch it, your finger recesses into it. And you hear a click, click. Soraka, as you turn around to walk away, you hear a click from behind you as if something popped out.
Turning around to investigate that.
A drawer, a small little drawer, slides open on like a spring-loaded mechanism.
That wasn't there before. And what is inside?
A 3-pronged key.
Well, I suppose we won't have to be knocking that door down.
Oh, looks like that mechanism I pushed worked.
Good work, Flea. Gareth, you turn anything up over there?
Gareth just kind of looks over at Raka, just still like, still have like the blood from going through the body. What's left of the body's like, no. Found some change though.
As he says that, you just see him just drops everything. And you hear that sloshy sound.
Yeah, He kind of stands up. You hear a little sloshing as he falls off the arms. He's holding like a couple of short swords and a couple of coin pouches in the other hand.
Taraka just like mouth open. Flea, you want to check the bed before we leave?
Well, I was gonna check behind the pavements too, but yeah.
There's nothing discernible or nothing of interest outside of wet bed sheets, red. This is pretty bad. This room's pretty gross, to be quite honest.
Okay, let's get out of here. Let's regroup with Dahlia.
As you exit the room, Mia's there, and you see her beginning to. She's trying to act tough, but the weeping is coming through.
Oh, this is all you, Soraka. Oh.
I wish Flynn was here for prestidigitation as she tries wiping her hands on her clothes. Puts a still somewhat bloody hand on her shoulder. It'll be okay, Mia.
You know, it won't be. You don't understand. My teacher, my charge, whatever. I recognize those adornments.
I'm sorry for your loss.
My training is over. There's nothing I can do. I've got to go home. Failure.
Well, what you were saying, Gareth?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Gareth kind of look over and just kind of like looks down at her and goes, "You not failure. You lived. So they fell. You did not. You lived past them, thus you are stronger now."
Stronger without proper training, discipline. I was supposed to
But
learn.
you have freedom. You can find new person. Dude, yeah, fucking English. He's like,
Plus,
you
you,
can-
do have Thalia here with us, who could, I don't want to speak for her, but possibly help train you.
She already seems to turn me away. She seems strong-willed. I don't think she likes me.
Well, she is very strong, but also very independent as well. We learn to work around her, but she is a good soul.
In the time being, you know, if I just hitch a ride or something?
You can certainly tag along with us. Until we figure out what we're doing here and where our next goal is, feel free to stay with us as long as you want to. I will not turn away another dogs.
I think I need a minute. I'm gonna go check on the stables.
Sure.
The least I can do is make sure Manda and Tugi are good.
Well, we'll join you later. Just she'll get the directions of where the stables are from her.
Yep, right out back to the left-hand side.
All right. All right, Gareth. Let's see what the others have found.
you know, yeah. He's like, do we not want to go open the door now?
Let's continue investigating, then we'll head back down.
Flynn's
The
gonna give
door's
him an
locked.
update that the two rooms are somewhat empty, and the little guy was staying in this room over here.
We found the keys to the armory.
That's great. Any sign of Gorkill?
On that note, Gareth will just kind of raise his arms and like just to show like the blood on him. I think so.
We really can't tell friend from foe up here. It's kind of a massacre.
Nope. There's only one room left, and that's on the top. As Eustace begins to walk outside onto the large deck.
Yeah, you walk outside. Nothing fancy. Big hole in the roof, probably from the fire spreading. There are some singe marks and burn marks, which would indicate as such. But there is destruction, rubble, and all that jazz up here. As Thalia kind of wraps around and makes her way to that last room, who's proactively investigating. Thalia, the first thing you would see before the rest of the party gets there, there seems to be a holy room of sorts, a room of prayer, as there is an altar with what appears to be some degree of a scripture and an offering table of sorts. It's not like this professional chapel or anything, but it definitely seems to, fit the bill.
Can I recognize who it's dedicated to?
Absolutely. It definitely appears to be very much based in Lauma.
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 Do I know anything about her?
I mean, you are a religious person. You tell me, would you have scholared yourself in other deities or just your own?
I believe that if Helm's associated with any sort of pantheon, anything associated with that pantheon would be known.
I'm sold. Lauma is known as a life giver type god, usually associated with tree life in general, or the seed of life. Very much an inspiration to the Dogs of War. They actually wear that symbol upon their chest.
Gotcha. Okay. How upset is she gonna be if some of my less holy members decide to raid her shrine?
Only to find out.
Okay.
Definitely leaves a lot to my imagination.
Let's tread gently in this room. I believe this is holy ground.
Soraka will not. Soraka is a bit of a holy person herself.
He's just gonna begin a ritual cast, and he's going to tell everyone like, I'll search top to bottom for any anomalies.
What?
And
I'm
he
sorry.
starts
Hold
to
on.
cast.
What? Yeah. What? I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish what you were saying. You were upset.
Oh, I'm just gonna detect. I'm gonna cast my detect magic ritual, and then kind of just go through top to bottom of the keep while it's active.
Gotcha.
Just one final sweep.
All right. So that takes like 10 minutes, right? So
Yeah, to cast.
during those 10 minutes, what is everyone else doing in this room, if anything?
I would like to investigate the scripture.
Anything else? Anyone else?
Please just gonna take the key off Soraka.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are you
I'm not
asking
religious.
for it, or are you taking it?
I'm asking for it.
Yeah, she'll
I'm
she'll
not
hand
religious.
it over. She'll hand it over. She'll go over to the altar and say a quick prayer before joining Flea down at the armory.
All right. We'll pause there as well. All right. And what is Gareth doing?
I mean, Gareth never walked up.
Oh, you're not even there. Okay.
No.
What about Mr. Gnome, who's nameless still?
He's gonna go over to the one that was still downstairs at the time and ask where everyone else went. Where did everyone else go?
As he says to Gareth.
Okay. Thanks. Thank you. So they went to the roof.
Oh, okay.
Gareth just kind of shrugs shoulders. They should be here shortly.
Okay, I'll just wait here with you until they get back.
The
There's
size
going to
difference between the two of you is fucking insane. Like, this dude stands up to your knee. You know what I mean? Like, in comparison
Yeah.
to size and structure. So,
Okay.
Joseph,
Garrett's
for
just going-
example, you're literally like talking like this to him.
Picture it like this way: Kevin Hart talking to Shaq.
Yeah, that works. Actually, yeah, it's a good one.
Totally.
Or that
Um,
that little person comedian.
Yeah. So yeah. Meantime, Garrett's just going to be like poking through what's left of the crate, seeing if there's anything of value, as he's just kind of basically shifting through, waiting for everyone else.
Going through what? I'm sorry.
The crates, like just the broken
Oh.
crates and what's there. He's just basically a pastime while waiting for the rest of the party to get back down. He's just like shifting through them, looking to see what's there.
Sure. Roll me a d10.
1 sec.
Roll
D10.
it twice.
Rolling it twice. I got a 10 and a 4.
Write this down for yourself. Some coal. I don't know why there would be coal in there, but there's some coal. A vial of perfume. Parentheses, could possibly cost up to 5 gold. A dirty handkerchief, probably soaked in blood from the previous murder, death, kill that fate did on this place. Some strewn about rusted nails. A set of merchant weights. Oh, a carved bone whistle. And I shit you not, this is what came on the roll. A contract for services.
One sec here. I'm just jotting this down so I can enter it in a second.
Yep. No worries. While you ponder on that, let's go upstairs real quick to the chapel. So, first things first. Thalia, you're looking at the scripture. This scripture speaks, and I'm paraphrasing here, I'm not going to give you verbatim, but it speaks of this cliche battle of good and evil, right? Standard, you know. However, the details of this particular story, as opposed to a heaven and a hell versing each other, angels and demons, it's about a plague versus the Life Mother, or Lauma, trying to keep this plague at bay. The crossing over between dimensions and worlds, a corruption, and the struggle. It speaks about chosen warriors that have fused themselves with entities to fight this battle. It doesn't go into details, but it does specify how the color palette that is used influences this battle, and the power that each of these colors represent combined can create a force or a strength or a unity to overcome this corruption and to inevitably save the world.
Does this appear to be prophetic or just a thing that occurs?
I have no idea what
Or had
prophetic
occurred.
means.
Like, is it predicting this
Prophesied?
for the future? Or is this a story that is being told as like a origin
Undecided. Let's say a little bit of both that you could maybe feel. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if you. I mean, the story in its own is a classic story. You know, you pick a Bible and you'll see a story similar to this, right? You know, X versus Y. You know what I mean? It's a very generic story. The specifics of corruption pops in your head. The crossing over of worlds. would stand out. This dimension door of sorts stands out. This plague. Yeah. And these chosen warriors, I think, would also stick out.
Okay. All right.
And Steven smiled, so yeah.
I know.
Yeah, Brian would normally smile, but his camera's not on.
Donovan sees
Matt would
somewhere.
smile.
Oh, Matt would smile too.
Nobody
Yeah.
Mm. All right.
Forgot. The
Well,
little
I
dragon.
think
Yeah,
I think
I would-
it's. Oh,
Go ahead,
go
Caleb.
ahead.
What's up?
I'm gonna. I guess I'm done up here. If Flynn needs any help with anything, I'll ask him if he needs that.
During the 10 minutes it took you to read this story, the scripture, you turn around to leave, and it's at that point in time that you see Flynn's eyes light up. Flynn, your spell goes off. Everything in this room. Oh, go ahead.
I start to look around.
You look around. Now, there is a small idol of Lauma. There's a small idol of Lauma in this room on this table. Think of a candlestick, and then like you have the idol on top of it. At the base of the idol and the top of the candlestick, there is what looks to be a best way of saying it, a kind of like a black glass like ring that kind of encapsulates, like it kind of merges the idol to the base that it's on, the candlestick. But what pops out to you are these purple squared and blue squared smaller gems that seem to crust around it. Because as you're looking at it, this thing shines like a motherfucker. This thing is setting off flags all over your radar.
I'm gonna go with ice. So this appears to be some intense magic in this item. What color is it glowing?
You're an asshole. Fucking hold on. It shines a color that will be determined at a future time, but it glows in a way that you would find interesting.
Think any harm will come from bringing this with us?
Well, the ring.
That was a
itself-
question I asked Dahlia.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I would be very careful about what we remove from this room.
So describe the ring again that I'm looking at.
Yeah. Let me actually copy an image of it. Let me see if I can copy an image without giving you what it is.
But it sounded like it was basically like volcanic glass for the ring itself with purple gems.
Yeah, black glass. I understand.
There is no harm in looking.
It looks like this.
There is harm in taking.
I put it in general chat. And man, like I said, it is shining like a motherfucker in your detect magic. Like it's almost blinding you.
It's so tempting, Thalia. What should we do?
We should leave it alone until we know exactly what it does.
Okay. Well, let's find out exactly what it then does. 'Cause
Okay.
I stumble through my backpack and I pull out and I show Thalia just, I'm holding it with my thumb and my index finger. It's a little white ball. And he goes, just a moment, please.
Okay.
As I start to identify the item.
Oh my god. You have identify. Ah.
Detect magic and identify the DM's
Alright.
worst enemies.
Didn't see that one coming. Okay. You know, I ain't gonna fucking write it down for you. I'm just gonna tell you what it is. Okay, so first of all, what components does the component disintegrate with the spell, or no?
All the research I said looked on identify was the pearl does not just get destroyed when you cast the spell.
It would say it
It was as consumed.
whatever the pearl is, and then in parentheses is consumed.
Yeah, it doesn't even say it was consumed. It just says a pearl worth at least 100 gold.
Yeah, so you just need the pearl, and it'll tell you.
And you happen to have a familiar owl, which I'm sure you can pluck. So, okay. Does it consume it? I don't see where it says it consumes it. Wow. As you use your spell, what does it look like when you use that spell?
It's a ritual, so I just have, I kind of just have the components out and I wave it around, and then finally, like, it creates a little blue ball in my hand because all Flynn's magic is kind of like this light, bright blue aura, and I just move it up and I just push it into the ring, and I wait, and then it just reveals itself into my mind.
In your mind, you start. What water, please? You start getting visions of shooting stars in the sky, followed by lightning blasts and brightly colored silhouettes of figures clad in black. What is dark becomes visible and light. Once again, struck by a lightning bolt, as more shooting stars rain down like meteors. In your mind, you get the vision of all that power tucked into one item. This ring. Thanks for that.
Sorry.
It is a ring of shooting stars. I love you too, sweetheart. And I will give you the page for it. Right there.
Awesome.
Yeah, actually, it is. I'm surprised I rolled it.
So, Flynn's going to tell Thalia, this is some magical caster ring for... I'm just going to
Keep
explain...
cutting in and out, Flynn. Sorry.
Sorry. I'm just going to explain to Thalia. So this is a magical ring. I'm not sure what it's doing here. As Flynn kind of grabs it, and he'll kind of take a knee, and he'll hold on to it, and he'll, remembering the story, he'll tell his story in kind of a praying manner about how he is out on a mission of super high importance to try to literally save the world, and how he needs this ring in order to help achieve that, and he will take the ring and try to put the other two pieces back in a well thoughtful placed manner on the table.
Flynn, are you sure this isn't going to have repercussions?
Everything has repercussions.
But we don't need the wrath of a goddess to befall the party.
And Flynn would kind of walk by in a cocky manner, and he would turn back to Thalia, considering how we're the only two people up on here, and he would yell, and he would turn around and smile at her and be like, well, we probably wouldn't want a hag following us around either. And he would walk off.
Ouch.
And that's a very deep backstory that I wrote way before Thalia was a part of this campaign.
Yeah.
So what was just revealed is Flynn's a dick.
Yeah, Flynn is a dick. Just like Eustace. I've noticed a pattern with Fate's characters.
Yep. So, So Flynn, you take it. Yes?
Yeah.
So as you go to grab it, you lift this candlestick with an idol on top and that crusted ring kind of binding them together. You try to separate it and it doesn't separate. At least not without some degree of elbow grease.
Oh, so we gotta go. We're going back in time to. Okay.
Yeah, because I didn't get a chance to actually reply to you grabbing it. As far as I'm aware, your plan is to grab it and take it, which is fine. But as
Yep.
so it doesn't just slide off. Like the idol on top is too thick up top to slide it up, and the candlestick is too thick at the bottom to slide it down.
It appears you're not meant to have it.
The idol itself, just for the record, is like wood. It's nothing, it's not like made of iron and steel.
Flynn will just. How big is the overall idol? Like a foot, 2 feet.
18 inches.
What do I have in my inventory that can help with this? What do you suppose we do with it, Thalia?
I would leave it. Perhaps Soraka can assist us.
We'll have to go get him then. And I'm going to start walking out and kind of just peek in all the rooms, go and just give everything a once over with detect magic running. See if there's anything missed.
Yeah, as far as detect magic goes now, the only thing that really poked out at you was absolutely that ring, which it's a crazy ring.
Yeah, seems like it.
So you're going down to get Soraka then?
Yes.
Okay, we'll quickly take care of that, and then we'll move on. So, Soraka, these two come to you for assistance. I assume you're not bringing the idol with you. You left it in place, correct?
Yes, we left it in
yes.
place.
Okay. Well, you're now in the presence of Soraka. As you make your way back towards the structure, you kind of stop her you stop her before she gets down to the doors. And then we'll come to the doors in a moment.
Straka, could use your assistance on the top floor if you have a moment.
Yes, there's something wrong with the shrine.
Yes, found an item of what could be some significant value, but we're having a debacle on how to retrieve it.
I'm worried that we're not meant to retrieve it.
Well, I didn't notice anything when I was there. No guarantees, but I'll take a look.
You make your way upstairs, back to this temple of sorts. And very much, as we explained before, the idol, the ring, the little candlestick bottom, it seems to be together. It does seem to be made of a wood, not a very hard wood at that. But there is the ring. I assume Flynn is going to explain what the ring is.
The ring has spells stored within it to be called upon when needed. It would be of good value to us if we could retrieve it.
Perhaps you need to gain the favor of Leuma. I'll offer a prayer and see what I can do.
Okay. How do you pray?
Just we'll kneel over the altar and kind of close our eyes, reach out to the goddess Leuma, not her direct god, but has I would probably say has good knowledge of Leuma being a life cleric. Also praying for the guiding of the souls that were lost in the fort.
Okay. Okay. First things first, roll a religion check. Yes, you could use guidance.
Let's inspo that.
Yes. Please tell me what you roll.
Even worse. Wow. That is a 9.
As you kneel and pray, doing the things that you say you wish to do with your prayer and hitting those bullet points, you don't hear anything. You don't see anything. You don't feel guidance in a way. You definitely feel like if you're going to pray, this is the place to do it. But nothing overwhelming happens. You might feel good about yourself.
Yeah. Well, what's done is done. And
Perhaps we could gain her favor by burying the, at the very least, the ones we can identify as soldiers of the Dogs of War that are dead here.
Well, from what I know about Leuma, all life is pretty much sacred, so it'd be best to bury all if that was the route to go.
Seems fair to me.
Okay. While that happens, let's move on downstairs. Gareth, Flea, and the gnome, who's still nameless, will be in front of the door. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Right. Who has the key? Flea?
Yep.
As you-
I thought Rocka had the key.
No, he took it from me.
Okay.
I asked for it.
As the key plunges into its tumblers, you hear 3 independent clicks. Click, click, click. And like clockwork, you start seeing the metal pieces start to pop open. Pop, 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 pop. The door creaks inwards just slightly.
Gareth will move to just kind of like push it open the rest of the way.
You push it open the rest of the way to reveal a very small armory. There is a decent amount of shit here. There are weapons galore, armor galore. In fact, I have a list that I'll be more than happy to share with you when the time is right. But yes, you would open the door and you would just see displayed on shelves, on the floor, as well as parchment that seems to have like individualized, like this goes here, this goes here, this is sanctioned for this is sanctioned for that. By the way, you'll see crossbows, you'll see clothes, you'll see a glaive, you'll see a great axe in there, a halberd. You actually come across a half plate. There seems to be like 2 hand crossbows in there, a javelin, a few lances, which implies knighthood in most cases, a couple of longbows. There actually seems to also be some robes, a staff, some studded leather, plate. But there's this one particular thing that pops out at you as well, though, Gareth. There's so you know those busts that you put armor on top of. There seems to be a bust there that has armor. It's green actually. It's got a lot of like viney leaves on it as well. It does appear, and it's pretty straightforward considering you're also a part of this area. This does seem to be of elven make, right off the bat. You know that any kind of elven maked armor is typically like half the weight that it usually is. As you know, the materials used makes it as hard, but also lighter. The way that their craftsmen are. Um, it does have a green kind of. I don't want to call it puke green, but that's the closest I can get to that way of explaining what color green it is.
Just say
I
lime
mean,
green.
yeah, he'll walk over and kind of pick it up to kind of see what it is. Just kind of looking at it.
Yep, you pick it
Or
up,
better
and once
look at
again,
it.
it's light to the touch. You turn it around, it shimmers that green hue all over it, but it's nice. It does seem to be, out of all the armors that are in here, this one stands out amongst the rest.
I mean, yeah, I guess like kind of looks over Flea's like, you know what type of armor this is? Says he doesn't know.
It is a plate set, by the way. It is a plate armor, 100% plate, but of elven quality, elven make.
So that plate is heavy. So
Oh yeah, but
Yeah.
it'll be half weight because it's elven make.
no, I don't know what that is, but it looks expensive.
Yeah. One of the things Flynn would want to do with it while his detect magic is running is actually be in the armory room at some
Okay.
point before stuff gets moved around.
Sure, we could say you jump in after this little bout of conversation.
Yeah. I mean, sorry. The character part of me is going, fuck yes, plate mail, but then there's Gareth and having to do Gareth.
Plate mail and plate armor are two different
yeah,
things.
plate armor. Sorry. Still, either way, it's plate something.
Yes, yes, this is some serious shit.
The more hilarious thing is I actually think I'm worse off with plate than not. That's the worst part.
Mhm.
Yeah, Garrett's just kind of like shrugs like, oh, and as he just kind of walks out or like puts it back on the rack, it's like, someone else can take it. As he goes to look at other things.
You start sifting through that. You know, you push the great club aside, and that's all nice, but kind of tucked underneath a lot of the pile of clothing and whatnot, this warhammer kind of falls over. This warhammer itself, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't even bother you. You wouldn't even bat an eye to it. But what makes this so interesting is that the handle of this warhammer, it's not a wooden handle. It seems to have made from the bone or the femur bone of some sort of creature with a warhammer fastened on top of it.
It's a lizard fuck warhammer.
The good news is this. You know, you've been you know your way around a weapon. The make of this, all as ridiculous as the femur bone may appear, whoever made this put some love into it.
I'll take the warhammer. I'll beat someone with a femur.
Yeah. So, it literally says here, this item has a handle that appears to be made from a large femur bone from some creature. Although it looks grimy, the workmanship itself is exquisite.
All right.
You are welcome to add a +1 warhammer to your inventory.
Oh, good sir. That is being renamed as a +1 femur.
That's perfectly fine. This for the sake of TalRune and you know what it is and how I roll with it, this is considered to be a masterwork weapon.
Ooh.
So although it's not magical, it's made with such amazement that it has magical like properties, but it's not inherently magical.
Gotcha.
And at that point in time, everyone else, let's just say, makes their way to the armory. Flynn, yes, you would absolutely see that this armor does radiate a color undetermined at this time.
Yep, Flynn will just kind of walk up to it and put his hand on it, you know, and report back that there's some type of energy radiating out of that armor. Not quite sure what it is just at the moment. So, do we know where the order is for the? And Flynn's going to kind of read through some of the parchments and be like, "So it looks like we have kind of directions on where some of this stuff is supposed to go."
The majority of these parchments, as you read through them and kind of tell the team, the majority of these parchments do indicate that they go to the town that I brain freezed on at the moment.
Tilly?
Thank you. To the town of Tilly out in the Tilly Woods. Inherently, that is northwest of you guys, further inland, away from the shore. And once again, going through, putting two and two together, this cache of weapons is designed to go to that place. Whether or not it gets there is kind of on you.
Well, we do have a few options. I suppose we should somehow send a letter to the dogs about this fort. But this town does seem to need these weapons, and it seems that from the parchment we found upstairs, the dogs agreed to it. We could check with Mia to see if there's a wagon to carry the goods there, and we could make our way north. Or we could travel back west to the dogs' headquarters.
Decisions. Difficult to abandon such a position in its current state. I mean, how a group of bandits could just walk in here and...
How far
Boom.
away are we from that town we were in the session before? I missed the session before we showed up here. Or,
Was it
I don't
3
know,
days?
I missed...
4 days?
It's 4 days away? Ugh.
I can't remember.
Okay.
You're talking about Shiloh Thamar?
Yeah, Shia LaBeouf.
Wherever that zombie happened or whatever.
Yeah, Shiloh Thamar, the port.
Right before... Yeah, okay. I don't know. It sucks that it's so far away from civilization.
On foot is a couple days away. If you had some sort of mode of transportation, significantly less.
Yeah, it's still...
Only there was
sucks that it's so far
somewhere where
away.
we knew horses were currently being held, and someone who knew. What
Speaking
the
of
horses
which,
were
I would
for.
like... I'm not going directly to the armory. I'd like to go see Mia, like, one-on-one with her.
You'll make your way there, and we'll come to that probably after break.
I gotcha. Yeah.
The only side note is the contract for service. Is
Oh, the
that like
contract. Yes. So the contract that itself, as you kind of read it all through and through, it speaks of the hunter. It's basically a bulletin, a heroes wanted sort of situation. That cliche kind of situation, a kill contract. Basically, the Dogs of War wants the head of Maurice the Hunter on a pike displayed out front of headquarters in Ashwood. There will be a hefty reward.
outside where?
Your home, where your master set you free in Ashwood. The one known as C. The letter C. But you guys would absolutely know as Qualgny. I could never pronounce it. Qualgny. One of the leaders of the Dogs of War. He's known to be more on the militaristic side of the equation, although it's hardly ever seen, at least not in public.
Are you making this known to us at all, or no?
Well, he would know definitely. You guys have never met the guy, but technically, this motherfucker has.
Oh no, I meant about the contract. Is he relaying
Oh.
that? What the contract says to us?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah. To do it's like Garrett's is sitting there trying to read it, and then basically just kind of like walks over Raka and just goes, "Can you read this?"
Relaying all the information out to everybody. Well, it seems that we found out that the hunter and Maurice, who runs the Enclave, are the same person. Master Gnome, are you still here? Where is he?
I'm here.
I didn't see you. I'm sorry. Have you actually? I'm sorry. What's your name?
My name is Molebird.
Moldred?
Molebird.
Moldy bread.
No, Molebird.
Molebird.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, Molebird. Have you heard anything about Maurice?
Okay, so I'll paraphrase. He would know. By the way, yes, you would know. You would know that there is an individual by the name of Maurice, a hunter. He was definitely the talk of last night's dinner. Not last night's dinner, excuse me. The night's previous dinner. As you were tinkering, as we discussed in your backstory, right? As you were tinkering for the reasons why you were tinkering, right? Yeah, he would know of him. Specifics exactly, no, but the name rings a bell, yes.
Yes, I know of him.
You wouldn't happen to know they spoke about a location for Maurice or the Enclave, would you?
No, I don't think so.
Shoot. Well, I guess we will see what Thalia finds out from Mia at the stable. Does anybody else want to do anything here?
I'm just gonna go in and rummage through to see if I find anything useful to me.
Doodads, doohickeys, weapons mainly. Nothing too crazy. Nothing outside. Nothing riches wise. Nothing tinker worthy in that way. Nothing of salvage really. By the way, everything in that room is linked here. I will put it in your trade chat, just so you can have a documented list of what is all there. Dogs of war, loot, and here it is. So not to breeze over it real quick before break, but what do you guys want to do with this ring?
I'm not leaving without it, so I'm gonna think of something when we come back.
Okay, so I'll tell you what. Thalia is currently heading down to the stables, which is where we'll pick up after our break. So I'll give you guys time to think about what you want to do. Let's take our 10 now. Wow, we're way over on the 10-minute break. I'm sorry, guys. Let's be back at, you know what? We'll just come straight on the hour because I got a dookie anyway. So yeah, come back on the hour. And, we'll go from there, right, guys?
All right. Well, I know what armor Thalia is getting.
What armor am I getting? I don't want any armor.
Plate
The
armor of
plate
resistance.
armor
You
of
don't want
necrotic
you don't
resistance?
want the green plate armor that's made by the elves.
No, I don't.
That's half the weight, and it's blue versus necrotic.
And magical?
Yeah,
Seems bad.
it's rare.
Seems bad.
Anybody want
Seems
that
like
half
it was
plate or
probably
no?
mentioned in that ledger that needs to be delivered somewhere.
We don't know that yet.
Well, that got stolen in the raid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I like the aesthetic of not. I don't like the aesthetic of that armor, and drip is always the end game of D&D. So
I'm probably
I'll
gonna
be
take
right
the
back.
crossbow bolts and the hand crossbows.
Anybody want that half plate or not?
Nah, it's yours.
Man,
Also,
I
take
I
the port-
would. It's just I quite literally would get my AC would actually get worse if I use it than not because barbarian.
Oh. Plus, you wouldn't be able to rage.
No, I can still rage. I just lose bonuses.
I thought you couldn't rage when wearing heavy.
No, you can. You're still able to rage. You lose out on like the different bonuses here and there. Give me a sec here.
Oh.
All right. More importantly, how do we get this ring without blowing ourselves up?
I mean, I'm gonna try again, but I'm gonna bury everybody at the fort first, so we'll be here for a little bit of time.
I mean, you did want the fort. We have the
We're
fort.
not gonna be able to hold on the fort, and when the dogs come knocking again, we're gonna lose it.
Problem with the fort is like if we take the fort, like yeah, we take it, but like, how do we like play the game? Do we just like
Yeah, all right.
we're just gonna play house?
We played The Sims.
We're just gonna
See,
play the
what we
Sims.
do is we turn this in from a giant open world game to a base building survival where we're now in the fort and we have to go 7 days to die.
I can
play
find us
style here.
food. I can definitely find us food. I can hide too, so I'm good.
I mean, I say that we write a letter to the dogs about the fort so that they can
And send it
reclaim
with who?
What's that?
And send it with who?
Well, it depends.
Put
We
your
have
shirt
options.
down.
What's that?
Put your shirt down.
Absolutely not. We have options.
Let's go deliver. Find the exact thing that needs to be delivered north of us, and have one of them, and ask for because they need all us favors if we do it, and one of them can do it.
Yeah, I say if we can find a carriage, bring
Oh
the
yeah,
weapons.
okay.
Bring the weapons
Here's
with
the
us.
thing.
Send the messenger.
They
from
made
the
this
town.
quest to this stronghold of the Dogs of War.
For weapons, not for people.
They made the quest to this place.
Yeah.
Okay.
And dogs
How
are going to be
does
delivering
the
it.
main hub of the Dogs of War know about this quest?
I don't think
What?
we need them to know about it. They need to know about the fort. That's
They don't need to know about the quest. They need to know about the fort. So we deliver the goods to the town. The town owes us favors. One of the favors could be to send a messenger to Ashwood to let them know about the fort and that they need to retake it.
Cool. Is it Maurice there?
Maurice is at the Enclave, not Ashwood.
Who's this Gareth's boss?
That is
That's who I was thinking of.
Matua, Davin, or Orons. I forget which one.
Wasn't it Matua?
I also don't know because Frog signed it to me at random as on that first session, so I honestly don't remember.
I'm pretty sure it was Matua.
I think that sounds about right.
Matua is
Does
the
he look-
owner, Davin is the voice, Oron speaks to them directly. I don't know what I wrote there.
I'm pretty sure Matua beat the shit out of Gareth's back.
But yeah. I mean, I kind of like that progression rather than going backwards.
What are we talking about?
Our next steps.
Okay.
I say that after we're done here, if the stables have like a carriage, or like a wagon and horses, we make for Tilly with the goods. Tilly owes us favors. One of the favors is sending a messenger to Ashwood to let them know they need to reclaim the fort. And then Tilly sounds like the Warforged thing that Frog's been mentioning throughout the whole campaign. So
Well, I hope Frog has hinted that some of the horses might be war horses. In which case, I'm gonna need one of those to.
well, we can
not
take
be-
them after we deliver the goods.
I understand, but I'm a cavalier. I gotta have
Yeah.
the horse, man. Otherwise, I'm not really a cavalier.
Get the horse after we deliver the goods. Unless there's, surplus horses. Then horse all the hell you want.
Wow. So selfish.
Selfish?
Yeah, you're the one
We're using horses
blocking
for the
me.
party. You're the selfish one.
Yeah, you tried to block me from getting my ring, dude. Like, what the hell?
I'm not blocking you from getting your ring. I'm trying to make sure that you don't bring fire and wrath upon the party.
You know
Well,
what?
Leuma's kind of sleeping
Lee's going to
anyways
steal
right
the ring
now.
now. Lee's going to steal the ring now. Hope you like this. It'll blow us all up.
Do it.
I don't think Leuma's in a position to do anything to us.
Oh no, I'm not messing with the Leuma.
As for the armor, every other people are welcome to have it. I prefer kind of like modifying armor that I currently have, as opposed to discarding it for new stuff. It's kind of the way I like to do. That's what I kind of like that method of progression rather than just like, oh, you get new armor, you just tuck it all off. Especially since Thalia has kind of like a special bond, like a religious bond with her armor and weapons. Treating them carelessly seems against her character.
Assimilate the magical armor into your armor.
That would be something, but I don't know if that's possible, or knowing Frog probably requires us to go to some big ass fucking city in order to do something with it.
Well, Frog worked with me on my other character because I was kind of the same thing with his bow. I'm just like, hey, if we are able to get like an upgraded version of the bow, I just kind of want to upgrade my current bow rather than get a new one.
Yeah. I don't. The other thing is like I don't really care about the benefit. What does it do? It gives resistance to necrotic damage.
Yep, and it's magical, so it won't like melt or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Resistance to necrotic damage. Necrotic damage isn't extraordinarily prevalent, especially in these lower levels. And then it weighs half as much, I think he said too, which doesn't necessarily mean much to me because the whole point is to be kind of heavy and the horse is for mobility. So I don't know. It's not specifically geared towards the
more weight capacity to carry your tent.
What?
More weight capacity to carry your tent.
I can already carry my tent. And now I've potentially got a squire who can also carry my fucking tent. And I might get a horse that could also carry my fucking tent.
Listen, horse dies. We get the ring.
If the horse dies, I'm gonna cry. Because I'm gonna inevitably build a bond to the horse as well.
Oh, we managed in the it's called the very first table. We managed to keep Applejacks alive for a very long time. Dirkish's horse, which eventually, I think that was his name, Applejack. Eventually became a war horse or whatever.
Interesting. I'd really like to have kind of like an animal that progresses and levels up with the party so that they're not like completely useless towards the upper levels. Like that same issue that rangers have with their animal companions falling off and not being able to be helpful and actually end up being more of a liability rather than helpful when they get leveled up more.
Well, Tasha's, they fix it so that you can just like res your animal.
Where's that? Oh, that's just in the ranger class?
Yeah, that's just the Beastmaster Ranger class. Like, if it's like an actual like animal, like a horse or something, then it just becomes, a fucking escort mission. But can't you get the feat for mounted combatant or whatever?
She already has it.
Oh, okay.
She just doesn't have a horse. That's the whole issue with her, is that she just hasn't had the horse. And like, her character could almost... It really sucks that the best way to build the character that I want to kind of build is to build her as like a multi-class of ranger and fighter. But I don't want to do that because I want to have all of the benefits of being a fighter. I don't want to like.
Should
I
have
don't
just
wanna
kept her a
diversify.
paladin, so you can get the fine steed spell.
Yeah, but then you don't get the benefits that the Cavalier gives you.
What
Like her
weapons do you
whole
use
bread
in
and
a
butter
Cavalier?
is being a horse-mounted knight. That's the entire point of her character.
So what do you do when you go inside like a dungeon or a fortress? You just jump off the horse and attack with a sword?
Well, optimally, your DM designs the dungeons so that you can go in with the horse. But yeah,
This is
I would
Frog,
have to
and
hop
Frog's
off.
gonna say, "Hey, no."
So hold on, let's see what they have here.
I don't know. Frog's pretty considerate. He
Cavalier
might be.
basically,
he might
as
be
you
interested in
level up,
doing that.
Steve becomes basically Sentinel with some extra stuff. You get the Sentinel feat for free across the Cavalier levels and more.
Yeah. But you don't have to waste feats on it. Because she already has, she has mounted combatant, and she doesn't have mounted combatant yet. I was gonna pick that up next level, I think. Currently, she has magic initiate cleric, so that she still has like a touch of when she was a paladin. But when she died, I basically remade her from the ground up, specifically oriented to be more of a fighter. And unfortunately, as you level up, fighters become heavily gear based because they don't get any extra damage options other than extra attacks. But you know, if I had a horse, I could use a lance that automatically upgrades my damage to a d12. And then the horse can also do an attack. Plus it can knock people down. And then if you add magical lance or a magical whatever into the mix, you can upgrade the damage that way. But it's all scaling off of gear, not off of the actual class itself. Class only brings like utility for the most part. Frog's staring deep into our souls right now.
No, I have a multifunction light here, and I forgot
Yeah.
what setting I fucking put it on. Forgot how I changed the type of light it is. Ah, no, that's not it. Oh, there we go. Wait. There it is. See, I could change like white light, natural light, bone. I could make it brighter if I wanted to. Turn it off. Go with the natural hue of my monitors.
Frog, blink twice if there's someone behind you.
Yes, there's someone behind me. That's my unfortunate stepson.
What's that supposed to mean?
Say hi, Joseph.
Hi.
Over my shoulder so they can see.
Oh, when you were adjusting the camera, we could see you.
Oh, worry. All right, there you go. All right, dudes, who we missing? Everyone here, or someone needs a minute? Hey, you here?
Yep.
All right, everyone.
What are we, level 4? Yeah, level 4.
What are you level
Next
for?
level I get my extra attack.
Usually you get more skills after you level.
What?
You said, what are we level for? And I said,
No, I asked what level are we?
all right, guys. Without further ado, then, everyone ready to go? Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, so we'll pan away from the castle or the stronghold for a wee bit, and we'll head down to the fucking stables.
Where are the stables? Is it this building way off to the right here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's convenient. Absolutely, it is. As
Okay.
you make your way to the stables.
I mean, it was around the building and to behind.
Yeah, I mean,
That's all we knew.
That's all right. Those are stables. That it was totally planned. So, as you make your way to the stables, you know the. Whoop,
Was I?
wait for him to cut back in here. He disconnected. That has to do with you, Thalia. Are you there, Thalia?
Wump wump.
If you are speaking, Thalia, we cannot hear you at this moment.
I'm here.
There you are. Now we can no longer see you.
I got disconnected.
I'm aware of that. I'll give you a second. Let me know when
Okay,
you got
I don't
everything
know.
squared away.
I should be good now. I just turned on my camera.
There you are. All
See
right.
me, that's good.
Wow, Flea, you actually walking all the way out here?
Yeah.
All right. So, as you make your way to these stables, Dahlia.
Yep.
The natural smell you smell is familiar to you. One would assume you have an affinity for the smell. Probably shoveled up some muck from time to time. Did your
Talia
time.
remembers her days as a squire as well.
Absolutely. That being said, as you get ready to enter the main, entrance of the stables, your cliche lined up pens, the horse rooms. Forgive me, I'm not a stable master in real life. The terminology is not one that I'm familiar with.
How fucking dare you,
I know,
frog.
god damn it.
Wow. Wow.
But you would see, I'll tell you what, why don't you roll me 2d6.
2d6.
2d6 minus 4. Hopefully you roll...
2d6 minus 4.
2d6 minus 4, you can't get lower than a 4.
That's terrible. Four.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Okay, you walk in. First thing you see is Mia in the center column area, the center row. And she's currently holding up this black steed. And she's kind of petting it on the side of the head and kind of leaning forehead to snout. This horse seems to respond to Mia in a very gentle way. The hooves on this fucking creature, these massive hooves with extra fur that seems to kind of radiate around the hooves. Outside of that, the black flesh of this creature shines. This creature was loved, majorly loved. The tail is actually kind of braided, and kind of twined down. The mane itself also features individual braids, as if it was a young girl's hair. The horse is beautiful. You would think that in sunlight, in direct sunlight, you would see it glisten off of its jet black fur. You would see 2 additional horses on the right, 1 additional horse on the left. They seem to be more of a chestnut color with some white patterning. And they also would seem to be relatively smaller than the others. This black horse definitely seems to be the standout here as Mia continues.
Is it like a big fucking draft horse?
It's this horse. It's a good horse.
It's a good horse, but
It's a big horse.
It's a big horse.
Yes.
Okay.
Just accept the big horse.
I don't know if that's the horse that's gonna pull the carriage, or if that's a war horse.
Well,
The war horse is very important because it has the extra damage potential.
well,
This-
good luck
this is-
finding
this-
someone that can identify that's a war horse.
This is definitely a good. This horse seems to be large, and stocky. It does seem to be not much bigger, but it seems to be a thicker breed than the other ones at the moment. Okay, and
Okay.
I'll leave it at that for now. regardless of which, here you have Mia stroking the side of its face.
Can I identify if it's a male or female horse?
From this side, in this angle,
With my extensive animal handling
you know,
knowledge.
at face value, I'm going to say that unless you plan to go under the hood, at the moment it's just a horse.
Okay.
He's going under the hood.
It's a beautiful animal, I say to Mia.
Yes. I know her well.
Are they all safe and unharmed?
Yeah, I just fed them. I just wanted to take a moment with Tugi here. I wanted to let her know that Daddy didn't make it.
It's important for a knight to have a bond with the animals they keep.
You know, Edmund, he told me about when Tugi came into this world. You know, apparently Edmund used to tell me how his father used to breed horses on the side as a hobby. Something about the perfect breed. Just
My father also was a horse breeder.
it's hard work.
It is, but can be very rewarding.
That companionship, that understanding between beast and man, you know? That common bond, that symbiosis, he said. I don't even know what that word means. But I feel as if Tugi understands me. She was definitely a little anxious to see me this morning. I just can't believe he's gone. What do I do? Like, what's the future for Tugi here? You know, what? I feel lost, Lady Thalia.
The important thing is that you're still here. And
You know,
you
everyone
have...
keeps on telling me that. Like, I shouldn't be here. I should have died with honor.
I'm gonna put a hand on her shoulder.
She doesn't revolt or anything.
It's not always beneficial for you to die with honor. A good excuse me. A good general knows when the time to live to fight another day is, and when the time to sacrifice yourself. And it's always important to remember that in life you are still useful, but in death you can no longer be of any use to the living.
But in my charge, I was supposed to be there. You know, it was my duty to be there. And I don't even remember what happened. It was like a blur. It was like I was there one moment, I hear a bang, and I remember hearing panic, and then darkness. Like, I don't even know how he died. And she starts to kind of get emotional.
I'm gonna pull her into a hug. Just let her cry out. You are
Are you-
cutting out, Frog.
She puts her head on your iron shoulder. And begins to cry. A dark cry. That kind of cry you do in the car by yourself and no one's watching.
The ugly cry.
The ugly cry, yeah. She begins to cry. The horse, Tugi here, sensing this atmosphere. You know what? I'll roll for that. Yeah. The horse actually kind of leans in and gets a part of the action here, and will begin to kind of nudge, inadvertently nudging into you as well from time to time.
I will make sure that Tugi gets properly pet for being a good horse.
You caress Tugi. You would hear Mia, begin to speak about, I thought you didn't like me. I thought, I got the feeling as if I was more of a burden to you or a nuisance. I'm sorry if that was the impression I gave you.
Knights of my order don't normally take squires.
He goes, you don't, huh? She sounds disappointed.
I'm willing to take you on as a squire, but understand that I'm not adequately tested in battle. I'm fairly unrenowned as a knight. I was knighted and then sent out to do my duties, and from that point I've met with a lot of tragedy, lost a lot of people. Couldn't even keep my own horse when I first started out, and I'm hesitant even with my current group of travelers here to connect. And there's a certain amount of distance that we're required to keep from personal connections.
Sounds very lonely, Lethalia.
It's not meant to be lonely, but as it's the duty you fulfill in order to make sure that people are safe. It doesn't have to be lonely. You can travel all over the world and meet new people. I'm not particularly very fond of other people, but I've known other knights. I've known other knights of my order that are very outgoing people.
You say you've seen the world?
Not much of it, but for most people I think I've seen a fair amount.
Like where? I've always wanted to see beyond Ashwood and the Vale.
I've been across the sea. Perhaps I'll tell you about it sometime.
That sounds like quite the adventure.
It had its ups and downs. Adventures are dangerous, and I've seen that firsthand.
For a knight of your caliber, you know, it sounds like that you might be popular. Like, are you known for any deeds? Something that a local bard might sing about? As she kind of, kind of excited at the same token. You know what I mean? This is good news for her.
I have fame based only on the faith of others, not of my own deeds.
I'm not sure I quite understand, but then again, maybe I just need to be trained to see what you're trying to tell me.
I'll tell you the stories.
So, what do you require of me, my lady?
Well, the main thing is to keep yourself safe. I've no use for a squire who's going to be needlessly endangering themselves. And part of being a squire is to know when you're needed and when you're not.
How would I know?
You'll pick it up. I wasn't a very good squire. I was always trying to dive headfirst into any new challenges. And I still struggle with my recklessness from time to time. The important thing is to learn how to maintain your gear, your armor, your weapons. You need to know how to be self-sufficient.
Armor, that's right. Edmund was telling me about earning armor. How do I earn it? Where do I get it?
Well, we can check in the armory, and if there's anything that's unclaimed, I believe it was meant to be delivered to a town. But if there's anything that's left over, we can grab you something. It's better to have something than nothing. But I'm not extraordinarily versed in this idea of earning armor. The armor that I have was given to me. And before this armor, I had other armor that had also been given to me. But
by a person?
most people,
Huh.
other entities, but I never anticipated that I would be given armor. I always anticipated that I'd have to buy my own armor, which is how most people from where I come from get it.
Mia, at this point, cannot contain herself. You know, she is fairly young, right? I'm not going to say she's a child, but she definitely does appear to be in the late teens area. You know what I mean? Maybe like a 19, 20, who knows? But upon this conversation, and as you guys get to know each other more, talk about the horse and kind of explaining what your preliminary expectations are, at some point, she just cannot contain her excitement anymore, and almost hops up and down with excitement, and then goes to like grab your arm and shake your hand.
I'll shake it with her, kind of like put my gauntleted hand like over it, so like we're shaking like this.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Awesome. I hereby solemnly swear to protect you. How do you do this? Edmund had a very specific routine. I'm not sure if that carries over under different orders.
Under my order, I swore the one oath to the Red Knight, and the hierarchy of my church decided my duties and who I was to squire for. I don't require any oaths from you.
You don't require oaths from me? Then how am I to dedicate my learning and life to your cause?
I claim you as my squire, and that should be enough.
Out of character. Nice way to avoid a nice speech. Awesome. Absolutely. At this point in time, as you guys continue and you accept her with respect, she will give you, after that handshake, she will try to go back into some sort of military thing and some degree of salute to you. We're going to head back inside the stronghold.
Right. I'll be right back.
Roger, roger. Everyone in the stronghold, guys, you've had some time to fuck around with this armory. What's the plan?
Soraka took the half plate, but then she went back to trying to take care of the deceased.
Okay. Soraka drifts off to take care of some of the deceased, giving them proper burials and such. Gareth, what are you doing?
He would more or less just be like collecting anything that can be carried or taken with us.
Okay. Like you're talking about in regards to the mission, like to oh my god, my own towns. I can't even remember the fucking name. I got too many towns in this world.
So in regards to the mission, no, it's more just like, all right, this looks like this could be useful later, or we could sell this later.
Well, I mean, there's a whole stronghold here filled with shit. So I mean, tapestry, some candlesticks of fine qualities. I mean,
Well, it's talking about like the art. So like, cause you mentioned like there's a lot of good craft armor and weapons.
well, there are weapons and armor in here. The only two things that really stand out.
Okay,
is
it was the club and the okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Alright.
The femoral
Then yeah,
hammer and
never mind there then. I mean, yeah, I guess he'll just help pack what needs help being packed. I don't really know.
well, that's where you
That's
discuss
like
it as a team.
Yeah, Flynn will help out. He'll look at the order papers and kind of point out everything that needs to head north for a shipment.
Would Thalia let us know if there's a carriage in the stable?
Well, she's not back yet, so that's
Okay.
still undetermined. But you are on your way outside. You might run into them at some point.
Yeah, I'm burying bodies over here. Or lack
So-
thereof bodies.
So Gareth is going to be pending his action based on whatever we're deciding as far as packing shit up and gathering. Flea, what are you
more or
doing?
less.
Flea's looking at the two hand crossbows.
Okay. These two hand crossbows are exactly that. You know what? They both have a high gloss to them. Looks like a nice chestnut, kind of nice lighter brown, fine varnish finish. Like it reflects sunlight. That's how beautifully shine. Looks like someone was just maybe bored and lacquered the fuck out of these things. Both of them do seem to be twins.
Flynn, are these on the list?
Flynn's gonna look through the parchment, and does he see them on the list?
Absolutely. Everything that I linked to you is on the list.
Oh, I got lost in transit.
Or maybe just throw in your old one then, if you're looking to upgrade.
No, that's old reliable. We're keeping that one.
Where are we at? Sorry.
So, if you wish to keep these two hand crossbows, they're literally hand crossbows. So you're welcome to add those to your sheet. Whatever stats come with them, feel free. But be mindful that a crossbow range and a hand crossbow range are two totally different things, as well as damage output. I believe they have a different damage die.
And crossbows exist in D&D. You should be able to find them.
Yep, 100%. There actually are some DMs that don't allow hand crossbows, as they are too close to pistols.
Well, doesn't the crossbow expert feat specifically mention crossbows, hand crossbows
Hand
in it?
crossbows,
Yes,
yep.
it does.
Yes, it does.
Totally cool with it. All right, so as you collect that, roll me a d4, please, there, Flea.
Oh boy. A 3.
There's 3 quivers with bolts in them.
Holy shit.
What is that, 60 rounds, basically?
I don't need 60 rounds, though.
You
Well,
get it, though.
I know you get it.
Okay.
Mulbird, what are you doing?
So as they're going, well, they're doing that. I go to head out the door, but my cloak is a little bit too long. I trip and fall, and one of the glass bottles with the liquid I had in it comes out of the bag that wasn't tight in the pocket, shatters on the ground, and the liquid in it starts to bubble a little bit.
You see this vial shatter open. You all hear clang. You turn around to kind of see it. You can't help but notice the rock is sizzling. You guys don't know the last time you witnessed rock sizzle. The liquid itself, upon contact, begins to bubble. And over time, it'll dissipate. It does have a orange-like hue to it. By the way, Soraka does not see that. Thalia does not see that. That would be an only view of Gareth, Flynn, and Flea.
I'm still down by the stable, right?
Stables, correct.
Okay. Just making sure.
Leo turn his
Gareth
head
would
to
look.
Gareth.
If, what'd you say? Sorry.
Leo turn his head to Gareth. Yeah, that's Huh.
Would that be put on arrows?
That would be awesome.
I wouldn't recommend that.
Why not?
Oh. What about if I put it on this? As he just holds up like the little bone club.
It would probably burn it more than anything else.
Probably right.
I stand up and tighten my backpack back up.
With this bubbling goo on the ground, Mulbird, do you leave it there?
I kind of just push the stone off to the side where no one would touch it, so no one touches the goop type thing. None of you guys touch this. Don't touch it.
As you say that, like, Gareth was like moving his hand to go poke it and just kind of stops.
Hold on. Are you going to poke it?
I was saying Gareth was moving to poke it, but
Oh, okay.
stopped because he said it.
Okay, got it. Fantastic. As you say that, you see Gareth, the half-orc. You know, heed your warning.
Good choice, big guy.
He just kind of roll his shoulders like, eh.
So, Flynn, with Flea, Soraka, Thalia, Gareth, and Mulbird all doing something, what are you doing?
Yeah, well, once we finish, I guess Gareth and we were working on the armory. We brought everything that's part of the shipment right outside of it, in a little pile, and be like, all this has to go. And I'm going back up top to where this ring is.
Was there a carriage by the stables at all?
We'll get to
Or
that.
a wagon?
Sure.
Okay.
There is one, but we'll get to the RP of that later. As you make your way back to the temple, Flynn, everything is as it was when you left it.
So Flynn is, and so the description of it is essentially an idol, like a candle holder with an idol attached to it on the top, and the ring is in between.
Correct.
Was that?
Almost as if the ring is binding them both together, perhaps. Or the ring was fastened in between both of them. Who knows?
So Flynn is going to. Oh my God! So outside of the temple, Flynn's going to activate mage armor, and then go inside.
Okay.
And I'm going to just pick up the idol with my mage hand and just kind of spin it around. And I'm going to move it because it weighs less than 5 pounds, right?
Yeah, it's still a little wooden idol. It's like a doll.
Yeah, I'm gonna move it outside of the temple.
Okay.
All right, so nothing happened, right?
Nope.
Sweet. So tall, what are we, like 30, 40 feet up in the air?
Yeah, that's fine.
Are you thinking what I think you're gonna do?
Yeah, and I don't want to lose it. So I'm gonna try to now I'm gonna try and mage hand it brings to me, so I kind of grab it and I'm gonna try just turning it to see if it's like, if it's screwed, if the candle and the idol are screwed together and the ring is just happens to be in between them.
It's firm.
Oh my god. I'm gonna take so the ring can't slide down, right?
Nope.
It's like binded.
However this ring got on here is beyond you. But the idol itself is wider up top, and the candlestick part is wider. So yeah, physically you can't slide it in either direction.
All right, so I'm gonna go down to. I'm gonna bring it with me, and we're gonna walk down to where that acid was thrown onto the ground, and a rock got pushed to the side.
Okay.
And is Mage Hand able to grab this acid?
I mean, it could grab the rock. And I wouldn't necessarily call it acid, but it definitely, at first glance, appears like acid.
Nice. Is there something that's wooden around
Oh yeah.
that's not the idol? I'm gonna smudge it just a tiny bit onto
Wood begins to burn.
onto this. Okay. I'm going to.
And mind you, it's a burn, not like a fire burn, although the wood reacts as if it was on fire. It's like a smolder than a burn.
Got it. I'm gonna begin to try to burn off the bottom end of not the ring, but the material that's attached to the ring.
Sure. You mage hand the material around the base or the candlestick part of this thing, and true to form, it seems to be some sort of chemical composition that creates a burning like liquid, or like a syrup of sorts. As you spread it around, it begins to singe. The smell of smoke begins to radiate off of the candlestick portion of this thing, to the point that it begins to thin out a little bit. The smoldering does take time because this is not open flame. However, over time, you start to see the wood turn to like a bright red of sorts, as if it's heating up chemically. It continues to heat up and smolder. It's not going to turn to ash if that's what you're waiting for, but it definitely seems to be heating up.
All this is in view of me and Gareth, right?
At the moment, technically, yeah, you two would be there.
Lynn, what are you doing?
Trying to retrieve this ring. And
You're
I'm
gonna
gonna.
kill us all, aren't you?
What ring?
I'll show you momentarily. And I'm gonna take one of the long swords that were part of the pile that we made that are being transported up
I don't
north.
think we had long swords.
Oh,
There was
there maybe
There
not,
were-
but
an
I'm gonna get-
armory.
I
I'm gonna
thought
get
that was a short
something.
sword.
There's like a
Oh,
little
yeah.
bit of everything, but anyways, continue.
yeah, it was a metal blade of some kind that's lying around, and I'm going to try to I'm going to tap the part that's below the ring to see if it's softened up or weakened up or something that I can.
Absolutely softer as pieces chip off as you just tap. The wood begins to kind of snap a little bit. It looks like you could easily just.
I'm going to try and instead of tapping it now, I'm holding with my mage hand. I'm holding the ring a little bit down just to get a little stability. I'm going to keep pressing down just below the ring.
As you continue to press in its weakened state, it snaps off, and the ring slides down and clanks onto the floor.
I'm going to grab it with my mage hand.
You grab it with your mage hand, and the ring opens up a little bit wider.
Does it look like a wearable item in its current state, or does it still have debris?
It looks. Oh yeah, I mean, the ring is clean. Absolutely. Although it looks like it almost looks like it can turn into a bracelet at this point. But you're holding it in your mage hand, right?
Yeah.
Got it.
Oh, there's stuff attached to it.
No,
Still.
just the ring.
Okay. Yeah. So now I'm gonna look at the remains of what's left. So the candle is
The candlestick part
gone.
is pretty much shattered, although the idol of Lauma is still there.
I'm gonna take the idol. Look on the other side of it. Make sure it's is it reasonable? Does it need to be sanded and filed a little bit, or is it
I mean,
wholesome?
the bottom part of Lauma's trunk, as she is a tree goddess of sorts. So where the tree kind of comes in, the bottom part is snapped off and singed up.
You might want to go plant that near a tree.
I'm gonna take that and I'm going to head up to the back to the idol room at the top.
And you still have the mage hand with the ring?
Correct.
Okay, sure. You put the idol back. Or up to the room, rather.
Yeah, I take it and put the idol back the same place where we grabbed it from. Try and stand it up as best I can.
You're able to lean it up against some things that are on the table to make it look as if it's on its own. Sure.
Yep. And I take a step back. I'm gonna say, I'll use it. I'll use it the best way I possibly can. Thank you. And I'm gonna put 50 gold coin down on the table and walk away.
Give me a con save. No, I'm just kidding. You walk away. What are you going to do to the ring?
Nice ring you got there.
Well, I'm not going to put it on yet. I'm going to go out into the courtyard area and get it dunked in some water. Cast precipitation on it and try and clean it up.
Oh, the ring is clean, man. This thing is not a problem. But you're still holding it in your mage hand, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's still like this wide. Like I said, it looks like a bracelet now. It was like a ring, but when you touch it with your mage hand, it kind of just widens up.
All right, and so yeah, the only reason why I want to put in the water is because I don't know if it's like super hot or not, but yeah.
You get no indications of its temperature. It doesn't seem to be hurting or radiating any heat.
Yep. Well, I'm just gonna go out and it's gonna get dunked in the water a little bit.
Okay.
Cast precipitation on it so it kind of looks nice and pretty, and then I'm gonna hold out my left hand and let go and drop it in my left hand.
As it drops to your left hand, it begins to shrink down to almost a perfect ring size for one of your fingers.
I'm gonna hold it up into the light. I'm just admire it, and I'm going to put it on my what's the wedding ring finger? I don't want to put it on that one.
Yeah,
is that left?
It's called your ring finger, by the way. But yes, you do that. In fact, what happens at this point, as Soraka is on her way back in from a ritual burial, and she comes in literally while you're doing this, you see him putting on this ring, Soraka.
Flynn,
Yes.
isn't that the ring from the temple?
And I kind of, I clench my fist a little bit and kind of stretch my fingers out while I'm wearing it. And I'm like, it is.
And what did you do to remove it from the idol?
I took the candle holder off the idol and the ring popped out and I put the idol back.
And she's physically doing this too.
As you physically do this, coming up the way here, where the carts and wagons tend to come up to drop shit off, you'll see two chestnut horses pulling a wagon. It's an open canopied wagon, so there's no like Oregon Trail theme here. But it's definitely a open wagon concept. The wagon's of an okay size, enough to
Open
move.
wagon concept.
So, in the driver's seat, you see Mia, fucking doing her giddy up shit. And behind the wagon, on top of a black steed, you see Thalia coming in the rear.
Coming in the rear.
Coming in the rear, as she does. And yeah, so the first thing, once again, you would see, because I think it's going to be awesome, you would see this conversation between Soraka and Flynn, in particular, about a ring, as they are not being quiet about it.
She's just gonna storm off back into the fort, headed all the way upstairs.
Flynn, the consequences of your actions will be weathered by you, and you alone. And if you bring it upon this party in any way, I will personally exile you from the Dogs of War.
Understood. As Flynn's looking at his new little toy.
You look at this toy, as you put it. It definitely feels like static electricity while it's on your finger. To the point that from the point of finger, from where the ring is, it'll like you'll feel as if your whole finger itself is just buzzing, like a 9-volt battery kind of a buzz.
Yeah. So he just kind of shakes his hand a little bit, be like, I wonder what it can do. And he kind of, we're going to, it's like, so we got shipment piles made up in the out front of the armory.
Oh, jeez, let me help you then. As Mia would hop off and begin to head inside to begin to load that thing up.
Is this wagon going to hold it all?
It should be big enough, yes. Whether or not it holds all of you is a different question.
Well, I got a horse. Was there anything left over from the armory that wasn't accounted for in the ledgers?
It looks like the ledger is pretty up to date, almost like if it was done 2 days ago. It seems to be fairly accurate. Yeah.
So we're stealing that bone club from the Dogs of War now? Is that what you're telling me?
In theory, that Warhammer is on the ledger.
Okay.
The Warhammer, the twin crossbows, the bolts, the half plate. Yep.
What do we plan on doing with the plate, by the way, that was on the pedestal, the mannequin?
I'm at least, if no one's wearing it, I'm at least carrying to keep it with the party.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
If it was meant for me, I don't want to say that, but if that's what it was there for, if there's any way to incorporate it onto the enchantments onto the armor I currently wear, I'd prefer to do upgrades that way rather than discarding this armor, because I feel like Thalia has like a bond with her armor and weapons and stuff like that.
Understood.
So if
this wasn't put in for you.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah.
Flynn's gonna look at the ledgers about that armor, and is he gonna find it in the ledger at all, or?
I mean, each armor is accounted for, whether or not it was identified as such, or whatever it may be. I guess on the ledger you'd see fancy leaf armor.
I guess they didn't have identify when they got it.
I mean, it's probably on here, but they clearly don't know the type of armor that this truly is.
Grab some leaves, put it on some armor. Fancy leaf armor.
I'm sorry. Were you talking to me? Because you're kind of breaking up there.
Oh, sorry. I said, put some leaves on some armor. Fancy leaf armor.
Just get some fucking masking tape. Start finding some foliage.
I mean, we have an alchemist, right? Make some glue.
Perhaps it could be used by your newly appointed squire. Flynn will say to Thalia.
He does need some armor, but I'd have her not steal from the dogs.
Oh, it's so pretty, Lady Thalia.
It is, but
It really.
while you're under my charge, you will not steal.
You're absolutely right, Thalia. My apologies.
Give
How was
her a
it
nod.
stealing? They were dead.
We're part of the dogs, so if you steal the armor, you're stealing from ourselves.
Then that's not stealing. We're just taking what's ours.
Now that we think about it, Dogs of War fortress gets raided. The ship sent out seems to burn at sea. Do we even know if there still is a Dogs of War?
What are you talking about?
Oh yeah. You weren't there, but the redhead chicks, as she was shipping off, we saw in the the distance, her ship burst into flames.
Her ship just burst into flames, and you think that the entire order of the Dogs of War is just gone now?
Yes.
Hey,
That's not how organizations work.
I mean it's reasonable.
We can dream,
about
damn it.
Think about
I
it.
mean, let's be honest, Thalia. You're probably happy that she's dead.
The ship
I don't give a
the
shit,
ship was
she's
bound for
still
Brecca,
there.
which is one of the, I guess, one of the last few free cities of TalRune. You know, and then this fortress gets raided. Like there should be. I'm expecting to be some turmoil from within, at the very least. Like this can't be a coincidence.
You might be right, but that doesn't mean that we just abandon our duties and our responsibilities.
Definitely mysteries. We need to be careful how we proceed.
All the more reason to not take it. All the more reason to make sure our outposts are properly defended and have the resources they require.
Well,
Well, Maya,
properly defended.
Mia, excuse me, I keep on saying Maya. Mia comes out. This should be the last of it. She puts it on the wagon.
Go ahead and see if you can find any food or drink or anything that's survived the attack. We're gonna need it if we're shipping out soon.
Yes, the chef. You know what? I used to help out clean the kitchens after they were done. I'll be right back. I know exactly where they used to stock their pantry.
If you need help, I can come and assist you.
Lady Thalia, no thank you. I got this for you.
Okay.
When she, briskly walks inside, kind of whistling, as you hear that go in the hallways coming outside. All right, team. As you all look at each other in the courtyard, you're all in generally the same spot. What's the plan?
Well, first
Rocket's
things
technically
first.
out there. She's offering prayers to Leoma.
Oh, that's right. I forgot you went upstairs. We'll get to you in a
I mean-
second then.
I've been meaning to ask this for quite a while, but Mr. Little Guy, happen to have a name by chance?
It's Mulbird.
Could you repeat that?
Mulbird.
Mobird.
Correct.
Oh, well, nice to meet you, Mobird.
Nice to meet you too, and can I ask all of you what your guys' names are? Never quite got them.
My name is Flynn Blackmore.
My name's Gareth. This is Cheese. As he points towards, as he points towards Flea, as he hands him also a biscuit.
Oh, big guy, my name's not Cheese, it's Flea.
You argued with man about cheese for 30 minutes, though.
Oh, I like quality cheese.
Interesting group you got here.
You like cheese on your giant ass bread,
Yes. And butter.
okay? So then why am I cheese?
Because you have the cheese.
You know, one of those days I'm gonna climb your head. Pop.
That would be a very high climb for you. I wish you best of luck.
As you can,
Yeah, but I'm quick.
as you continue to scan around, you would, your short stature, looking up at this towering monster of a horse, with a individual clad in armor, resting upon, upon the top of it. By the way, side note, Thalia, it is a war horse.
Okay.
So
I
feel
got a
free-
stat block.
Yep, use a
I've
stat
got a
block for the
stat block
warhorse.
in my extras of that, and I'm also getting a stat block together for Mia using the sidekick rules from Dragon of Ice Spire Peak.
Yep, I was gonna talk about that with you. We're good.
Okay, all right.
I got my head on you. Don't worry. We'll talk after.
What's the name? What's the name of the horse?
I think it was Tugi. Hold on, I gotta bring up my cheat sheet. Tugi, Tugi.
Tugi. Got it. Tugi.
Tugi.
All right. Okay.
Nevertheless, Mr. Gnome, multi-bred, you look up and you see this towering structure of knighthood. And thematically, the fucking sun is just resting on her shoulder in your perspective and just peering down at you like he's almost silhouetted in a way.
Are you a goddess?
No. I'm just a knight.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. I'm Thalia.
Nice to meet you, Thalia. Thalia.
Every time he seems to speak, his body jingles a little bit, and you just hear glass vials kind of clinking and clanking faintly in his backpack. Nevertheless,
You sound like Flea after he's raided a encampment.
I like shinies.
we make our way upstairs. Soraka, you're upstairs in front of this idol. You hold this wooden statuette in your hand. As you've removed it from the altar to see its damages, I'm assuming that's what you're going for. Forgive me.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely does appear to be flawed, misshapen, singed off, and maybe snapped with no real delicacy. Although the idol itself is relatively intact, it doesn't even stand up on its own. The idol of Laoma is literally that of, imagine a trunk of a tree that's been carved into the nude statuesque body of a woman, but when its arms are up, it actually branches off into like tree limbs, with the bust kind of in the middle in a nice shape. That's what you see. And it's like no bigger than 12 inches at this point.
She will take the idol in her hands and start casting mending on it.
So, point of, what's the word? Not point of order. Mending works when you have the missing pieces, the exact missing pieces. Unfortunately, because there was a burn applied to the missing parts, it would chemically change the missing parts to cinder, and change the state of it. So therefore, mending in this scenario wouldn't necessarily work.
Can she? So she's gonna break off like the remaining stick of the that's on the idol,
Okay.
and then without it, it says it can like it can repair a break no larger than 1 foot in any dimension. So
Okay.
basically, just break it and then mend it like a band-aid, so that it can stand up on its own.
I'll give it to you. That sounds cool. Sure, you do so. Why don't you explain what that looks like to everybody?
So after she's done breaking it, she puts her hand over it, and similar to like when she casts a healing spell, just like green vapor just starts emanating from her hand as the wood slowly starts bending and fusing over itself. Not like it's a complete repair, just like it's like the wood kind of stretching and
I'm
pulling
gonna
over
say
itself.
it literally kind of like threads and locks together and kind of just shapes, swells in locations, and just kind of, you know, almost as if you turned it into a temporary jelly and then it hardens again.
She'll put it back on the altar, say another prayer to watch over the dead that she buried, and say a prayer to watch over Flynn's dumbass.
You kneel down to offer your prayers. What does your prayer say?
I knew you were going to do it. That's why I was trying to generalize it. Oh, God. Oh, Goddess Leuma, please watch over the souls of the dead. They were taken too soon before their time. I do apologize for the transgression of my party. Flynn is ambitious, but we will do good in your honor with what you have provided him for strength.
Religion
Yeah, that's
check.
all I got. That's all I got.
give me a religion check real quick.
13.
Okay. Cool. All right, guys. I'm going to fast forward time a little bit here to say at this point we have regathered in the courtyard. Let's just call it the courtyard. Where we have a wagon filled with shit. Outside looking in, it appears that you guys are going to follow through with this delivery to Tilly.
Yeah.
Okay. Any
Unless
objections?
anybody
to
has
that?
any objections, yeah.
I don't.
No, we're in it. Minus some items, but that's about it.
Nope.
Okay. Then on
The
that
fort
note,
was under attack.
Can we make sure our new squire has a weapon, a shield, maybe something on her?
you're welcome to discuss that
I might
with
be able
Alia.
to give her something.
I can give her my short sword. I can give her my short sword now that I have 2 hand crossbows.
Yeah, I don't have anything for her.
Okay, so Flea will
We
hit
just
her.
picked up a shit ton of stuff in the armory she can have.
I'm sure there's a lot of
Again,
dead bodies.
all of it was accounted for. We're
No,
not stealing
no,
from the
no,
dogs.
No,
There's
no.
plenty
no.
of dead
It
bodies
was
around.
not accounted for, sir.
There was 2 long swords looted before we even got to the second floor. Somebody looted 2 long swords. Remember someone saying that.
Yeah.
There are some weaponry left from the people that were killed in our last session. Yes. So I mean, there's that too. So reasonably, there would be some straggling long sword, short sword. At one point, there's actually a warhammer in there somewhere, I believe.
I'd have her get at least a long sword and have a dagger on hand.
Okay, that's reasonable. Ooh, pardon
Okay.
me. Ooh, sorry about that. Yeah, no, that's absolutely reasonable. And that's fine. And she will graciously accept them with respect.
Okay. Can she cobble together some sort of armor from what was recovered from the bodies as well?
That bone devil did some fucking work to that. So unfortunately, unless you plan to pick apart all the pieces, clean them, and reassemble them, that'll take some time.
We'll figure that out eventually.
This wagon has armor in it.
Yeah, but we're not taking from the dogs of war.
I mean,
I already did.
we
I
already
already
did.
took one. Yeah, a couple of us already took shit out of it.
Unbeknownst
Dahlia
to her.
doesn't know about it yet.
Soraka's wearing some brand new shiny armor.
We also
like-
still have not we still have not decided who's the official Rockman of the group yet.
Oh no, we did.
We did. Am I still it?
No, you've been removed.
Okay.
We voted
Then-
Daraka, so
I don't remember this
Right.
conversation.
we did.
I vaguely remember it.
Neither of the Rockbends know who the fucking Rockben is.
I'm pretty sure we agreed that Soraka was going to be the Rockbin because she was the official one. And that's what we ran with. Because you didn't want the responsibility.
Okay, whatever.
I believe I remember
If that's
that.
how it is, but do you want to hold the party loot then, Soraka?
We'll just divvy it up evenly.
That's not the point of party loot.
It's exactly the point of party loot.
Fine, whatever.
Loot that you divide up equally for the party.
Whatever.
You guys head off.
I already hate this.
You guys head off in the direction of Tilly. Fortunately, Mia has a general idea of the location, as there are many main roads that would lead to the northwestern location. Tilly, a forest-like village/town with no real discernible resources to gain from there outside of their their typical forest-like zones. So berries, food items in that regard, and some furs. Nothing outside the realm of difference. But you're going down the road and heading on out. About half the day rolls by. In this, a figure in the middle of the road, standing, sword on shoulder, shield in the other hand. As you approach closer and closer, he doesn't seem to move. He doesn't seem to pay you guys no mind, at least initially, as he's just watching you get closer and closer. You're about 150 feet away. Lady Thalia, there's a man in the road.
I will... Well, I'm not the fucking Rockman. Hold here. Soraka, do you see that up ahead?
Could be trouble. Is your horse separate from the carriage?
Yes.
Flea, can you hit them from over here?
You said we're 150 out?
About 150 feet, yes.
What is it? I got 100, and then anything past 100, I think is what, disadvantage? Because it's 100/400.
Yes, correct. Up to 400 feet is disadvantage. You can't fire beyond 400 feet.
Okay. Let's move up a little bit more.
Flynn's going to say, wait a second. No one stands in the middle of the road like an idiot. Like, we got to watch our flanks.
Why do I have a feeling this is going to be like the last time we did this?
Well, yes, but what do you expect us to do? We can't really... Do you want us to try and go around? There's not really way around.
No, the last time this happened is when we were escorting Her Highness. And, well, we ran into a group like this that wanted our money and food.
Flynn, can you hit them from 100 feet away?
Yes.
Okay. Gareth, you stay with them in the wagon. I'll ride out with Thalia. We won't get too close, and they'll cover our flank. Sound like a
Staying in
plan?
the wagon's boring.
Well,
No, he's like, it's that whole kind of like, all right, like he's
Would
doing
you-
as he's told, and he's just.
would you
doing
rather
his
do the
trouble.
diplomacy matters?
I mean, Garrett kind of turns to you and just kind of does that like no toothy grin as he kind of like goes to reach for the new giant femur on his back.
Thalia, let's go.
All right. I'm gonna lean over to Mia before we ride out. Keep your sword on hand, and if things get dicey, abandon the wagon and hide. I'll come find you afterwards.
Where would you like me to find?
Somewhere close by where you can watch, but not too close that enemies can see you.
Thalia, this doesn't feel right.
Just trust me. And I'm gonna ride off.
Oh, Soraka's gonna be on the back of your horse.
You both ride off to this individual in the road. So, for sake of where this is at, here's what's going to happen. This next portion is just you and Thalia, all right? You both make your way closer to this figure, this man. And as you get closer, he kind of looks a little like this. I'll throw it in campfire. As you get closer, this man's just standing there like a statue, unflinching. You approach and he just stares right at you guys, not saying a word. Just looks at you, sword over shoulder, shield in the other hand. Just kind of doesn't seem very threatened by it.
Any tabards?
If you would like to make a... Yeah, that's not true. He's right in front of you. He doesn't seem to wear any kind of adornments that you can see at the moment. At least nothing that would be recognizable.
Dogs.
You broke up, was it?
Enclaver dogs.
Kind of nods his head. And he begins to put his hand on his belt line. Pulls
How
out,
far away are we from him?
let's say 10 feet. I guess that would
Okay.
make sense
Okay.
for these kind of meetings. About 10, 15 feet tops. He pulls out a parchment, a roll, a scroll. He throws it over to you. It kind of flops on the ground below the, next to the horse.
Soraka will give a nod to Thalia and hop off the horse.
You hop
I've
off
got
the
my
horse.
halberd at the ready.
Okay. This dude is just standing there, watching you pick up the parchment. The parchment itself seems to have a wax seal on it. And the seal itself has that viney kind of structure that kind of veers off to the right, very similar to those red tabards that you have.
If I look at the signet and look at the signet ring that I have, are they a
two
match?
different things. Two different things.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll open the parchment and read.
The parchment reads, and I'm not going to give you quotes, all right? The parchment reads, because you survived your past 24 hours with some degree of skill or luck, this parchment is the only time you'll ever be offered a painless and free surrender and opportunity to stop working for a cause that's empty, to stop working and doing the deeds of evil men, an opportunity to do the right thing, tell my colleague your response and your answer. Signed, Maurice. And then there's his signature. Maurice's signature at the end or the bottom. And once again, this man just watching you.
So will we have an opportunity to talk about this like civilized people?
strokes his beard. This is as civilized as we get.
Will you allow me 5 minutes to talk it over with my party? Thalia, let's go.
I'm gonna offer a hand up to you and like swing you up, and we're gonna ride back to the cart.
You make it back to the cart. Now, man, statuesque as ever, standing in the middle of the road.
Relaying all the information over to everybody. So, looks like we have an opportunity to find out more about the Enclave, fight the Enclave, possibly leave the Dogs of War. What say all of you?
Soraka, you are the only member of the Dogs of War who has been seemingly upstanding that I've met. My perspective is limited on the matter.
I will admit my perspective is probably no better, but from what I've experienced from the higher ups, it does seem to be more of a money game than an ethical game.
Who will we be surrendering to?
The Enclave.
In regards to the surrender, I would rather have more of a discussion. I mean, if they're trying to recruit us, that's one thing, but I will not be surrendering easily to someone.
Who does not want to be shackled again?
Like Flea, I will not be putting my fate in somebody else's hands. On a hope that they have goodwill for me.
Well, sounds like we got one option. As Garrett just kind of looks the femur onto his shoulder. Do we go up and attack from there or here?
He must have men all around him.
He's certainly not afraid.
Out of character, is the Enclave the group that attacked the fort?
Yes.
That we went in and wiped?
Yeah, we figured that out.
Yep.
The Enclave must be.
I'm just trying to
must have
remember back in
staged a
the beginning.
rebellion within the Dogs of War.
I'm just trying to remember back in the beginning. Frog said there was 2 teams for the Dogs of War. One that was good, one that was bad. One was trying to murk the other one, Steve, because your head tilted.
All I know is that Helm sent me to the dogs.
Just because they sent you there doesn't mean it's your final destination.
It could mean that I was meant to assist it, or to discover the corruption within it. I don't know.
Well, I think we need more information. And
I agree.
willing to talk with this individual more. But if it comes down to surrendering our freedom, then I will fight.
As will I.
Is this an open carriage or is this just?
It's an open concept carriage.
Yeah.
concept
Open wagon concept.
He's 100 feet away from the carriage though, so he can't really hear us unless he can,
Yeah, no, he doesn't hear
Read.
you. At least not that you're aware of.
Then I would like to ready my crossbow.
This
You
all
don't wanna-
starts to make sense now, though. Like, the boat traveling to Brecca gets burned down, Dogs of War start to investigate these machineries which appear into the Empire, and now rebellion gets staged from within. It all can't be a coincidence.
Well, I have first-hand witnessed the horrors of the North, and it is not pretty by any means. If for some reason the Enclave is working with them, then I would rather not side with the Enclave.
My
But that's just speculation.
my character would be listening in on this. I was hired to make this sort of liquid that I've dropped back there that the big guy saw, and I'm not sure if they wanted me to use it for good or bad. They just hired me to make it.
Well, the dogs are a militarized company, so
What does the liquid do? What's its purpose?
It burns like fire, but doesn't go out like it.
Greek fire.
So, does anybody object to us talking to get more information from this and coming to a conclusion afterwards?
None from me.
Go for it.
Tactically, strike first, strike hard.
I second.
Like a cobra.
Yeah.
Yes.
No mercy, sir.
Yeah, he after Fane's like, no mercy.
They had the decency to offer us terms. We must have the decency to return our reply.
And will
With
they
a
have the
crossbow in
decency
the
to
head.
not spin
Gotcha.
your face with the sword in your gullet?
Thalia does have a point. They did not have to offer us a parchment. They could have just ambushed us.
Probably still gonna ambush us.
Well, either way, we're surrounded already, correct? We can at least try talking it out.
I think that's the wiser course.
Do you make your way back to this gentleman?
I'm gonna. I would like to stop 20 feet exactly away from this man, and let Soraka negotiate from that point.
We'll, if anybody objects, we'll bring the wagon up, too, just behind
In
Thalia.
a spread out formation a little bit.
Yeah, I'll walk up with Raka.
That's the plan.
So, let me make sure I'm understanding what you're doing. So, not only are you coming back, you're coming back with more people than was originally entered into the conversation. You are strategically standing further away and spreading out.
I'm walking right up. And,
I'm just yeah.
pretty much unarmed.
I'm just walking up with Raka. Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay. And you guys are like at the ready as well? Is that
No,
what I heard?
I'm not at the ready, and I'm gonna be telling Gareth no weapons. Diplomacy.
And what about Flea? And I know Flea.
I
and
thought I was
Flynn,
on the. I thought I was still on the carriage. Just
They
like
are,
having
they-
my crossbow
They
ready.
decided to bring the carriage closer.
Yeah,
No, not crossbow at the ready. You
it's
can,
loaded and ready.
yeah, but you can keep an Overwatch. Just don't train it on the dude.
Pretty much.
Thalia's got her halberd out over the shoulder in a similar way to the way the man's holding his sword.
Okay. Absolutely. So here's what happens. You make your way. You stop at 20 feet, Soraka.
No, I keep walking. I'm going up.
Okay,
5
so
feet.
you get off the horse. at
I'm
20 feet.
waiting
yeah.
at 20 feet.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
waiting at 20 feet. Me and Gareth are walking up.
All right, you both make your way up to like the 10-foot marker. He kind of butts up his chin to you.
You would like to talk?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it that the Enclave is looking to do?
Yes or no?
You're asking a question that I cannot answer with limited knowledge. And you're asking us to surrender as well. What am I surrendering to?
Life.
Do you want us to surrender our lives?
No. A chance to live.
Live how? The dogs have us delivering these weapons to a town that needs defending. Seems that is in goodwill. What would the Enclave have us do?
Go away.
The Enclave would have us go away?
You don't understand.
Very hard to understand, so little words.
This is pointless.
Um,
If you
I'm
said
within
something,
5.
I couldn't hear you.
No, I was just thinking. I'm within 5 feet of him, right? Since I'm up there.
10 feet technically is what we said, but if you wish to close the gap, that's okay.
I'll close the gap and offer my hand. Please, if we could just discuss it at length.
Roll a persuasion check.
Oh my god! My rolls are shit!
You have
Oh, that's
inspiration?
right. You used your inspiration
I
already.
did, and I rolled shit on that too.
Hey, you're me from 2 sessions ago.
That's a nat 1.
He looks over his shoulder. And he kind of shakes his head no. You know? Like while he's looking
As
over
soon
his
as I
shoulder.
see that, oh shit, no, okay,
Wait, what's
Sorry.
happening?
nothing. I didn't say anything.
So this guy looks over his shoulder. He shakes his head no. Still cool. I mean, the man's fucking like, he's cold as ice, man. He's like, whatever, you know. Looks over his shoulder. Hold on 1 second here. Where's my D6?
1 second.
Where's my D6 at?
That's a time.
It's okay. Joseph, give me a D6. Alright. This one, please. Alright, cool. Alright, I'm gonna give you all a number. Flea, you're 1. Flynn, you're 2. Gareth, you're 3. Molbird, you're 4. Soraka, you're 5. Thalia, you're 6. You all ready?
Yeah.
I guess.
Who's 2?
Not Flea.
Sorry, I was
Oh,
paying
yeah.
attention to my dog. That might be. Is that me?
You were 1.
Do it again. So
I
said
thought I was 3. I guess I
Flea
was-
was 1. Flynn was 2. Flynn was 2.
Alright.
Uh oh, Flynn.
Flynn. Please hold.
Okay. You should cast that mage armor.
Please hold.
Oh my dog shit.
Flynn, what's your AC?
15 without shield because I casted mage armor at the keep.
Okay. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt here. Well, no, this is not the other fucking campaign. This is I'm here thinking that you got Asher's bow near you. That could happen. So, Flynn, you hear a screech ripping through the air, and into your shoulder arm area, a very large arrow slams into you. An extremely large arrow, very similar to the arrows you've seen before. You have no fucking idea where it came from, but it stings and it hits you really hard. And I will tell you the damage on our next session. That's what will
Jesus.
end tonight. They give you guys a cliffhanger. Nevertheless, guys, we are a little over. I apologize. Let's just say we made up for some front end delay on my part there, so that's good. Outside of that, a lot of RP today. We got through the fort or the stronghold finally. Looks like you guys aren't moving in after all. Awesome. So there's that whole part of my writing that's gone. Nevertheless, awesome. Guys delivering some shit. Looks like you ran into some ice cold motherfucker, which is pretty sweet too. And Flynn took a shot in the arm. Yeah,
Can
guys.
it be the knee?
If you want it to be the knee, it could be the knee. I'm okay with that.
All right, Flynn, you're taking an arrow to the knee.
No, but once again, this arrow is like a third larger in each dimension. So there's that. But yeah, guys, on that note, welcome Joseph to the table. I'm sure as he becomes more comfortable, he will do more speaking parts in the future. He's got to acclimate still. He is fairly new to D&D overall, but believe it or not, he's working in trade. So there's a benefit I'm getting from it as well, i.e. free babysitting. So there is that. Any questions, comments, or concerns, team?
It was just if I could talk with you after, Frog.
Yep, absolutely. And then Thalia, are you busy tomorrow?
I'm working.
What time will you be available tomorrow? Because I would like to fine tune your horse stuffs.
Okay. I get home at 2 p.m. my time. That's Mountain Standard Time.
Okay.
I can hop on, or no, I get off at 2 p.m.
Well,
I'll be
I'm
home
off tomorrow, so
around
just
3.
ping me. All right. If I respond, I respond, but I'll get back to you definitely tomorrow if you ping me.
Okay.
All right, cool, man. Outside of that, guys, thanks for coming. Hopefully the RP was enjoyable tonight, and yeah, dudes, thanks for your time. I'm gonna pull you, Gareth, unless once again any last minute questions.
Why'd
All
you make
good.
my dice roll like shit?
You know what? I think you're harnessing. It's in your bloodline, man. I mean, you know, whatever.
That's a horrible bloodline ability. I want a refund.
That's terrible. You know, I think there are people you can speak to for that. Your creators. I would start there.
Wow. Yeah.
All right, guys. Good night. It was great hearing from you and seeing you guys, and I look forward to seeing you guys get your ass beat next session.
All right.
Yep.
Catch you
Night.
later.
All right, deuces, guys. I'll pull you down, Gareth.
Later.
Goodbye.
Good night.
Hey, what up, buddy?
Hey, I was basic because it led up in the fight. I was basically seeing if you wanted me to be there for next session for the fight or what